Welcome to the Road to the NHC, the weekly show that's your ticket to the 2025 National Horse Players Championship in Las Vegas, Nevada. Each week, we'll dive into the world of online tournament play, showing you the ins and outs on how to navigate through feeders as well as qualifiers. My partner to the Road to the NHC is Wood Memorial winner and defending Silver Sunday champion and 2022 National Horse Players Champion, David Harrison. What up, my man?
Hey, what's up, Scotty, my man?
Everything good?
To everybody out there and yourself, TGIFF, as I like to say on Fridays. Got a big weekend coming up, the weekend before 4th of July. And the thing I usually equate with 4th of July being in New York is a suburban handicap. But things have changed over the years. You know, some great horses won the suburban. I remember that was the big thing. We went fishing or did some stuff or play golf on July 4th, but we wanted to be back to watch the suburban. But that's long gone. So
well, hopefully we could get that passion back in horse racing. You know, we're going to try to do our part on this side, and you know, we had Katie Davis on a couple of weeks ago on the Stretch Run show with the guys, and wow, she was just so much fun and really enjoyed her. And I thought, you know, sometimes what we do with trainers and jockeys especially is they're like objects. They're not like real people. Right. And I think that having Katie on really humanized her, and she's not just another jockey. She's not just a woman jockey. Like, she's a person. She has feelings. She has thoughts. And I just felt like all of a sudden now, like it was like a couple days later or the week after, people were like, hey, Katie's on this horse and she's on the top pace number. And you know, it makes a big difference. And so we're hoping to bring some of that. We've got some big partnerships too brewing right now. We're talking to Santa Anita right now, and Santa Anita's got some big plans too. So, you know, hopefully we'll get California racing back on track where it needs to be anyways as well.
Right. And expanding on Katie Davis, man, her enthusiasm is so contagious, isn't it? And again, you have made a good point. You know, you're sitting here, you know, when you're not at the track. I began watching races at OTB, and, you know, after a while, the jockeys become like pawns and players with the horses. And until I started going in the morning to Belmont, watching workouts and watching the jocks and being, you know, eating breakfast on the backstretch, you know, doing a tour and having the jockeys laugh and, you know, interact with them, like, yeah, you start feeling and you realize how fearless they are and what a difficult athletic endeavor they're involved in. It's so, yeah, it's important to keep it human, man, because
it really
you got animals out there, you got beautiful, you know, graceful thoroughbred horses, and these incredible athletes, and yeah, it's important. And I just love Katie. Katie was just she made me smile, that's for sure.
She did. She made all of us smile. There's just such a disconnect in horse racing right now, and absolutely do not want to be negative. It's just that we're old school. We've been doing it a long time, and there's a disconnect, and we have to try to get that back. And I think one of the things is thinking outside the box. And the idea came from the Formula One and how they've transformed that sport. And I think we can do the same thing with horse racing, because in my humble opinion, horse racing is a lot more fun than Formula One, in my opinion. And one of the things they started doing was the drivers started going on social media and having events where people can come talk to them, meet and greets, just things like that. We need to start getting back to that in horse racing as well. And big news today as well. We have a release of the race simulator finally. Just so you know, I came up and created that race simulator 18 years ago, David, 18 years ago. And finally today, in about anywhere from 15 minutes to a half hour from now, Brad and company are working on the release. Big shout out to Ryan and Malcolm and Brad. They have been working their asses off to try to get this release. And finally, I believe it is going to change horse racing completely in how we handicap. It's just so easy and so fun and so fast to do. And it's going to evolve, and it's going to change the game, because especially with this generation, if we're going to attract them, they're used to information at their fingertips fast. And they're not going to take a half hour to process a race. And so, and as great as metrics are compared to statistics, it's a big difference. It's a lot faster, of course. But the race simulator compared to anything is like nothing we've ever seen before. And honestly, I know it's our creation, but horse racing needs this. It needs this innovation. It needs this technology.
Yeah, I agree. We have to become more automated because the younger generation, my son included, he's a member of the tour, but he doesn't play too often because his work schedule is just awfully busy. So then he'll call me on a Sunday and go, "Hey, I want to get in on the qualifier, the feeder today. You gotta, send me the past performances. I don't have time." So he's got like a half hour to handicap 10 races. So I'm like, well, you've got to do some research. And that, EquinEdge is a definite, huge tool for him because he can just go through it and say, "But I think maybe today I'll just pick the Scotty long shots." So, and as I get him more well-versed in it, it's for him, it's even more valuable. So, because I'll spend, handicapping the races today. Besides EquinEdge I did some research and watched some replays, and I spend, 3 to 4 hours in preparation for the show. So the younger generation does not want to do that.
No, they don't. And by the way, with EquinEdge, especially the simulator, you can spend as much time as you want to. Like I've spent 10 minutes putting 10 horses in my picks and won.
Sure.
Or I'll spend 4 hours handicapping a card. You can do whatever you want to do. That's the great part about this. But like, we're going to get more people playing. The other thing is we need the ADWs, the tracks, they need more churn. They need people that are able to bet more often. Now, they need to win more often, but they need to bet more often. And with the simulator, you can bet way more tracks. You can and successfully as well. At the end of the day, though, if you're going to be profitable, you have to have a betting strategy. You have to have discipline, and you have to be so careful. But yeah, a lot of people, Eric, are telling me that they use EquinEdge for stable dough, and it's amazing. The other area, David, where people are using EquinEdge too is with fixed odds, like around, in Europe and things like that. So they'll take the EquinEdge morning line with the win percentages and the live odds, and they'll find opportunities, right, with the books over there and go, "Okay, I just locked in at 10 to 1 on this horse, and the horse ended up going off at 2 to 1. And they're making a ton of money using EquinEdge for that because the EE morning line is tremendous.
Yeah, that's very helpful. And Monmouth, you can do that too. And I see that Willie. Hey, Willie, what's up, man? Good luck in Monmouth. But in Monmouth, you can do the fixed odds. When I was down there a couple of times last year, I thought it was great because you look up as soon as the race goes official for the previous race, you look and you're like, "Oh, geez, that was 18 to 1. He shouldn't be any more than 6 or 8. Bingo." And then,
well, you can also, you can bet who's going to be on the lead. I mean, our pace number is just insane. Like, imagine that. And what about a first-time starter? What kind of odds can you get for a first-time starter when we give you a pace number for a first-time starter? Like, imagine that. Excuse me. And it shows that this first-time starter is going to have the lead. And I'm looking forward to, and I think it's going to help horse racing a lot too when they bring the fixed odds here to all over the country. It's going to help a lot.
Yeah, I think fixed odds for every racetrack across the country should be the norm in at least 5 years from now. Because, I mean, the feedback I get from some of my son Kevin's friends is that, "Hey, I just bet a horse is 8 to 1, and I got paid $8. He went off at 3 to 1." But when they bet a sporting event, they lock in those odds, right? The odds may change after they bet, but they're locked in. That's what.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Fixed odds is going to be absolutely critical to this game. To the survival of this game, it's going to be critical because, and I understand Toad, and I get it, and it has its use case. But when you're, and by the way, the CAWs, I don't blame them. I mean, I understand CAW very well because the only way they can really do well is very last minute seeing what the odds of each horse are. If they have to put in their wagers 3 minutes before, it doesn't work for them. They can't be profitable. And then the problem is the ADWs are getting such a big amount of money being put in that how do they turn that money down? It's very difficult to do, but it is really frustrating, to as a retail player to make a bet on something, think you're getting 6 to 1, and then it goes off and the horse is 2 to 1. That is frustrating.
Yeah, and you see it so many times. Well, I'll look at a race and with 5-6 minutes to post, and I'm like, this horse is an absolute overlay. I wasn't going to play him originally, but I have to include him because he shouldn't be 12 or 14 to 1. There's no way that horse has got lost on the board. And then all of a sudden, in the 5 minutes up to post, he goes from 14 to 1 down to 4 to 1. And I'm like, okay, at 4 to 1, I wouldn't have played him. he's not value at 4-1. And then the horse finishes third, and I'm like, yep. It's at 14-1. I'll take the risk, not at 4-1 on some of these horses.
And you make a good point in, and yes, there are a lot of the books that if you start winning, they will cut you off. But on the FanDuel side, it doesn't work that way, right? So you have to look at that closer. I think they'll figure that out. But yeah, some of the fixed odds books, and there's a lot of them, they don't want you to win, no doubt about it. That is true. What's up, Wiz? What up, Wiz? Nathan, Eric in the house. What's up, Willie? Headed to Monmouth today. You got this. It's good. We've been doing really well at Monmouth. Nathan and Steven and, of course, Dan. What up, guys? Ready for a good show. All right. Should we get it going? So, again, the theme of this show, for those of you that are new, is that we want to help you learn how to qualify for some of these tournaments, get in the NTRA, be a part of this. It's fun to do, especially in for the pick and praise, because you put on your plays and then you just watch. So if you go on your day, you put in your plays. It's pretty cool to do. Also, if you happen to get a little bit lucky and pick really good, then you qualify maybe for the National Horse Players Championship in March next year. And that is an event that if once you do it, you get the bug and you will never be the same. So we want to help you. So what we do is we cover the feeder. Now, the feeder today is, you go to horseplayers.com and you can see right here, it says Pick and Pray NHC qualifier feeder for $18. Hold on, I'm sorry. Let me share. It would help if I shared my screen. Hold on here. Okay, there we go. And there it is right here. So BAQ, Belmont at Aqueduct, races 1 through 4, and Monmouth races 1 and 2. It all lasts about an hour. I would say an hour and 10 minutes, something like that, is what it lasts. And it goes. It's cool for $18. And if you get in the top, I don't know what's the percentage, David. Like last week in the top 36, you actually qualified. You made it to the qualifier. So for $18, it saved you $57.
Yeah. Depends on how many. It's 1 out of every 5. Is that? I'm on the website now. Yeah, 1 per 5 entries. So basically, yeah. So for every 5, you get 1. So yeah, you got a shot. I mean, the key is in the feeders just to pick winners, right? Even though last week we had a couple of long shots early, but that's to save you some bucks. Try the feeder first. That's a high recommendation of mine. Yep.
And so we're going to go over these races first, and then we'll go over, and I'm already starting to put mine together, but then we'll go over the qualifier. And there's 10 races, starting with race number 6 at Belmont, then Monmouth, then the Gulfstream. So 3 different tracks, those 3 tracks. And but if you I could have just gone and spent $18 and 1 out of every 5 makes it there. That saves you a lot of money, actually. I like to have my plays in earlier, so that's why I don't do it. But that being said, I'm probably being not very smart, because $18, it's a lot of people are going to qualify. It makes a lot of sense to do it this way. I know you do it this way, David.
Yeah, most times I do it this way because it just makes sense, right? Especially on the, today, maybe not as much. You can buy 2 entries, $36, and then try to get in. So in the worst possible scenario, you're spending a little over, $100 to get an entry into the qualifier. But I think it's even more valuable for me to save a little disposable or discretionary income. The $18 feeders for the Saturday, Sunday qualifiers that are 165, because if you can save 165 or 300 and change by getting in under the feeder on a long-term yearly basis, it's going to save you a lot of money.
A lot of money. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we're starting with race number 1 over at Belmont. Let's run the simulator. This is the simulator. This is the updated one that's going to be released to the public shortly. Brad just texted me saying it could be another hour, so we're going to be a little bit late on it, but it'll be shortly. So let's run the race. This is race number 1 at Belmont. This is the first of the feeders for $18 to get in. Now, make sure if you are and you want to be a part of this, you go to ntra.com first, and make sure you sign up. It's $50 a year to be a tour member. It looks like the 2 is getting an easy lead. And here comes the 1. Now you can see the red arrows, David. The red arrows are saying that the horse is actually retreating. And when you see in blue, the only one really closing is the 6. The 6 is 14-1 right now. It's interesting. So when we're looking at qualifying, like for me, I would take a horse like the 6 horse, right? And Canadians no longer get on site. I have not been able to log in for days. Ashley, no, not at all. Go to the intercom button, Ashley, and talk to them and tell them the issues you're having. That's really strange. They told me we're having some an issue, but I don't think that's it. I'm gonna send this to Brad right now. That's really weird. Yeah, go on the intercom, Ashley, okay? Because no, there shouldn't be a problem. So anyways, what are your thoughts on this race? Here's a long shot play possibly because the simulator is saying the horse might run better. You're getting 14-1 odds. It's 6-1 on the EquinEdge morning line. And yeah, Brad they're super fast. Riley and Amy and Brad are super quick. But yeah, Penny, for your thoughts in this race number 1.
Yeah, thanks, Scotty. First of all, we have a maiden claimer going 7 furlongs for 20K. Okay, so this is the lowest we get in New York at this time of year. So you've got a lot of horses that have spotty form. This race, to me, the most interesting thing, Scotty, was that I went through this, and of course, in a maiden 20 claimer, you can poke holes basically in every horse, right? Yeah. But the thing that really, stood out to me here was after going through the horses one by one, I got down to the 6, and I'm like, hold on a second, is that a misprint? How is this horse morning line 7-2? This horse in his last 2 races really basically never lifted a hoof, and the last race was a maiden 30 claimer. So maybe it was just a bad morning line, and I don't want to criticize any morning line maker at any track because it's a very challenging job. But so I'm thinking, well, maybe this horse 3rd off a layoff has a chance. But I mean, I think it's a horse that I'm interested in using, Scotty. 3rd race off a layoff. You can throw out the turf races because this horse hasn't lifted a hoof on turf. No. I mean, if you go back to his August 6th race at Saratoga last year, he closed, made up a lot of ground, and finished a good second at 22-1 and a maiden 40. So now, okay, so 1st race off a layoff, he goes to a maiden special weight, doesn't lift a hoof. He's far back, and he just kind of doesn't run. He finishes last, basically, last or next to last. Then they put him on the turf at Parks. And I don't think this is a turf horse, to be honest with you. And you can throw that race out. So they dropped him to a level of 30. Now they bring him back to New York, drop him down to a 20 in a weak field. So yeah, the note here I made, if I can get anywhere over 5 or 6-1, I'm interested. And the other horse, I mean, you've got the 1 horse. Is from a trainer who doesn't have a big success rate. He claimed for 20, moved this horse to turf, didn't lift the hoof. I'm not sure that this horse is going to be any good in this race. You go to Battle of Britain, this horse has never run on the dirt and drops way down. I can't play a horse, even with blinkers on, that's never run on the dirt. And it looks like they're giving up on this horse. So there's all issues with this race as far as I'm concerned. Then you've got 2 3-year-olds against 3 3-year-olds against older. The 1, 4, and 7 are all 3-year-olds. I don't like that. No. So besides the 6, I would think you'd have to use either 1 or 2 of the Rudy horses, the 2 or the 5. The issue is both horses have been in this condition a number of times. Have run okay. The 5 should be the favorite, and the 5 could win the race if it runs back to this 2nd place finishes back at Aqueduct at the same level. But sometimes when a horse is at a certain level for a long period of time, they can't break their maiden. I want a horse new who's dropping in or unknown. And that's why originally I was going to come up with Battle of Britain, figuring, hey, he can't be any worse than these horses. But based on that form, I decided, yeah, I think I'm using the 6 over one of the Rudy horses. So I'll go, in this case, 6-5.
So I have serious concerns about the 5 horse, although it's second off the layoff. Okay, the horse is facing similar, goes from 17% to 13, which is down a little bit. Broke bad last time out, throw it out. I think my concern with this horse is this the type of horse that seems to need the lead for its best? It's burned a lot of money. Manny Franco couldn't win on this horse. I don't know how Martinez is supposed to win on this horse, but it is moving up 10 points in GSR. That's going to matter. And by the way, the horse last time out, breaking 11th on the turf with a 49 GSR, only lost by 6 lengths, to be fair. I do think this horse is going to run a good race. It depends. It's the first race here in the feeder, but I would, if this horse stays at 6-1, it's certainly worth using. I would say that, because it's probably the horse to beat on paper. Throw out the last race. I guess my concern would be, it's run its best races being forwardly placed and then kind of stopped. Why does this horse need the lead? And because it's not going to get the lead here. You know what I mean? So the 7 horse Eric's talking about, can we make a case for this horse? I mean, it doesn't look great.
Well, yeah, and you'll see sometimes. I tried to make a case, Scotty, for both the 7 and the 4. Let's go to the 7 first. Mark Henning is cold again. And he can score with a pretty decent priced horse. That's a sneaky barn. They're a good barn, but this horse is a 3-year-old, dropped down to 20, didn't really lift a hoof, and he raced against Hours in a Day and Shaking the Bell, and was far back. Maybe he needed a race, but I don't like a 3-year-old against older at this time of year. I also I think Great Director mentioned the 4 and the 6. So I tried to make a case for the 4 also, because it looks like he can't run, right? That's when you get a great, tremendous value, because the only thing I can say is that you do have an angle here. Blinkers on first time. The horse ran in a sprint at a maiden special weight in April 20th, way over his head. Trailed throughout, didn't lift a hoof, and then went to the turf and didn't lift a hoof. But you got trainer change from Cleveland Johnson to Harry Neville. I don't know if that's an improve. I don't really. I think it's basically a level move. So the overwhelming factor why I couldn't use this horse is the 3-year-old. So I prefer older in this spot.
Yeah, I don't see this horse. I mean, there's nothing here to suggest there's a turnaround coming. The numbers aren't really improving. The GSR a little bit. The horse has not picked up its feet.
Correct.
Workouts are slow. The simulator hates the horse. I don't see it.
Yeah, exactly. I tried to make a case as best as I could for a long shot, and I'm like, he's out. And I apologize. I misstated something a little earlier. Out of the 2 Rudy horses, the 2 will be the favorite. Okay, they're always going to get favoritism over Tyler Pratt over Martinez there. So there you go. So
yeah, I mean, look, when you look at a horse like the 2, don't be too hard on this horse, only because look at it, in every race, 1%, 2%, 1%, 3, 4, and 7, respectively, in those first 6 races. I mean, the horse was never meant to do anything, and then today it's 37%. You've got to give this 2 horse a very, very strong look. And Pratt decides to re-ride after that last effort there. I would imagine this horse is going to be super tough. Look, the simulator has the 5 and the 2 well far ahead of the end, and the only one really closing is the 6. I think you only need to consider the 2, 5, or 6. It's got to be one of those 3 horses. And just for odds purposes, you might want to take the 6 horse. But 37% is a big win percentage on the 2. It's 8-5 on the EquinEdge morning line. It's the EquinEdge second pick. I think it's one of those 3 horses. So it just depends on your strategy.
Right. And I was just going to say before you made that statement that if I'm playing horizontals starting off with the first race, I would use the 2, 5, 6, hopefully get a price on the 6. Contest, I mean, is NHC is definitely the 6. Today, I still haven't made that decision, but I think I would use the 6 on top. of
You
the
know,
two.
and I'm going to change that thought too a little bit, and meaning I don't think the one's impossible, because if you look at the race, look at in this maiden special weight race, it did not run bad. Then at 40%, it got second against 8 other horses at $20,000 level, and then throw out the turf debacle. Now the horse is 20%, and this one horse could surprise as well. You know what? I'm not hating on this one at all, and currently at 4-1.
Right. And if you notice, he did beat the 2-horse in that race on May 25th, but that was with Todd Pletcher. Yeah. So now you have the claim and moving him back down. Can he get the same results? Now, obviously, when Todd dumps a horse, and this was Rapoli as part of a partnership, when Todd dumps a horse after the first race at Gulfstream into a maiden 20 at Aqueduct, they're giving up on the horse.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's not like the horse ran bad. If I had a horse that ran, at the stretch was only 6.5 lengths back against a maiden special weight at Gulfstream Park during that time of year, I'm not dumping the horse.
Right.
I'm with you.
And this was $150K yearling purchase, right? So they just want to get it out of the barn. So my question is this trainer with a low percentage going to be able to get it done? Plus the horse is a 3-year-old. But if you want to use the horse, he did beat 2 Shaking the Bell 2 back.
Yeah, and the thing is if you look at this in red, the one's right there at the stretch, sure. and then you see the one horse backing up a little bit as well. Yeah,
definitely got a shot, but if it was claimed by a higher percentage trainer, I'd probably make that my play, but. You got to show me in this case that he can get the same results.
Oh, and to be fair, the rail is just not a good place to be. Although the 2-horse is fast, the 1-horse is pretty fast. It's you can't. I don't think you can discount the one. I really don't. But I honestly don't have a strong opinion in this race. I think the closer in the race, if they do duel, and maybe these types of horses are going to stop every time, no matter what, then guess who's going to pick them up? And here they come. It's going to be the 6-horse, because look, I mean, it's interesting that you have a horse that the system is saying is only losing by just under 2 lengths, and it's the only one with the blue that's closing, and it's 12% win, and it's 6-1 EE morning line. In a race that looks wide open, I mean, maybe the 6 is the horse you have to take in this format of a tournament. Maybe that's what you have to do.
Right. And the angle, the biggest angle too, is on dirt. The only time this horse really fired is when it dropped into a maiden 40 claimer. And that was the race at Saratoga. And it's not like this race was off the turf, the 40 claimer. And it's not like it scratched down to a field of 5, right? There were 10 horses in that race. So, and he went off at 22-1 and ran a solid second. And, they have I'm sure there were a couple of New York breds in that race that had won afterwards. I didn't pull up the form, but the PPs on it. But yeah. So there's the angle.
And Ruben Silvera, I mean, I love grabbing him. He's 12% in a really tough colony, and he can get some prices. There's something, first of all, look, that was a 54 group and the horse's comeback. Okay, a 54 group, the horse was 2%, still only lost by 11.25 lengths. Then in the second race off the layoff against the 38 group, broke 8th, and still looking at the stretch was only 5.5 lengths back, 5.75 lengths back. Third race off the layoff, this could be the money run, and we could see a long shot here. I just don't see it taking a favorite in a race like this where these horses keep on burning the money no matter what. You know what? The more we talk about it, the more no matter win or lose, I think I would take the 6-horse.
Right. I will acknowledge that I am concerned about the lack of speed with this horse. So hopefully, but I am also concerned with some of these other speed horses in here, their ability to get 7. Because I just don't. So I think the 6 is the value, obviously, and on the morning line, he's basically third choice, right? Yeah. And I think you'll get more than that. And I'm hoping. So we'll see what happens before post time.
So who are you going to use?
I'm going to use 6 over the Let's do 6 over the 5. I'll take a chance that Martinez will keep this horse rolling because I can throw out that turf race completely last time out of Pimlico.
Yeah,
this horse runs pretty well. He runs the third, second, fourth, second. He runs. He may not want to win, but I'll take the chance of the 6 over the 5.
All right. I would, I think you got to beat the 2, but in the tournament I would play the 6. So I'm just going to put 6-2.
Okay, and I'm 6-5.
Yeah. I always do 2 entries personally. David, what do you usually do?
Most, I'd say 75 to 80% of the time, it's 1 for me. Okay. I would prefer to get a seat using 1 entry. So that's what I try. It depends on how I'm doing, profit wise for, real money with my real time wagering on a weekly basis. If I had a nice score, I'll play it 2. If I love the card, I will play 2. Very rarely do I love a card. I'll tell you the days I'll play 2. Belmont Stakes Day, Travers Day, Pegasus Day. You can't do the Derby because Churchill. Any big day at Keeneland. So I concentrate on stakes races. The higher quality race to me, the better, the more formful it is. Sometimes you get these crazy long shots in inscrutable races that are $10,000 claimers at Pimlico, and I'm like, I don't know what just happened. So I'd rather have that, again, this day, Belmont Stakes Day at Saratoga, the card is just so good. I'm all over that. So that's one I'll play 2.
Okay. All right. So let's see here. It looks like a 3-horse race. Yeah, you can see it's showing the picks as the 2, but let me go on broadcast here first. So Belmont to... Okay, let's ran that. I'm gonna go here for this race. Okay, so let's look at this. It looks like the 4 St. Andrews looks like the system is picking that, but not by much. So let's take a look at this. So the horse was claimed by Ward for 32,000 2 back. Moved up to an allowance race, ran a nice 4th place finish by 3 lengths, and now is in the hands of Linda Rice and in for $40,000. So it's interesting. And I'll tell you what I think happened here. I think this horse got claimed for 32,000 and then went into the allowance and got that 4th by 3. And there was a private sale, maybe even for $50,000. They come back, they put the horse in for 40, but the purse is $70,000. There's a high chance that this horse is a good chance this 4 is going to run a good race. 6-5 on the EE morning line.
Yes, I didn't. Now this race was kind of just changed here. The flow and the betting angles on this race with scratches of 3. The 3 would have been to me a prohibitive favorite based off its class. Raced at a much higher level. This horse ran in the Pegasus a couple of times back. All stakes races, then an 80,000 claimer against Baby Yoda, who came back and won another stakes race. So the drop down was suspicious, and that horse would have had multiple claims in the box. Yeah. So I didn't spend a lot of time in this race, Scotty. I'm all over the 2 from Another Mother. This horse drops down. Bray Handel's barn is hot. Dylan picks up the mount. Frankie Dettori last rode this horse at Keeneland. A brief layoff. And what are my notes on the layoff? Now, Handel's only 10% or so off the layoff, but I just think, and the rail could be a tricky spot going a mile here at Aqueduct, but I think this is the class of the race. I think this horse will be in a decent position, and as long as can avoid a bad trip, I like Davis picking up the mount. And the only concern I have here, Scotty, is the voided claim on April 20th. We don't get information for some reason why the claim is voided, what the specific reason was. And I think going forward, that should be available to us. It's very important. I agree. Especially if you're, gambling a lot of money, wagering a lot of money on these races. Why was the claim voided? It could be a number of things. So that's one thing that it irks me that we can't get the reason for the voided claim. But I'll take the risk. Ray Handle's hot. He's barn streaky. When he's on a good roll, just jump on him. The drop down, I'll take the tricky rail position with Dylan. He knows that track very, very well. So I'm going to go with the 2 and nothing backing up. So if I had 2 tickets, it would be 2 and 2. So from another mother.
I can't go with the 2 because at this level and even less, this horse has been 20, 18, 23, 23, 25, 17% respectively win percentage in these races, and is right there and loses ground every time. I cannot use a horse like this. I'm going to take we'll look at the 1 just to be safe. The 1 looks like a player here. Has in 6 tries going 8 furlongs, 1 turn mile. This horse has won $55,000. And in comparison, the 4 horse has won $74,000. I think the race simulator has it correct. I think it's going to be 4-1. So David, you're on the 2, and I am on the 4-1.
Okay.
All right.
So I guess since I'm only on the 2, that's going to be one of my best bets of the day. I won't say that because I don't think we're going to get a good enough price for that to be my best bet of the day. So great director. I do have a lock of the day, so it's later in the day. It's one of the races that we'll be covering, so that comes up later. But
all right, we look forward to that. Okay, let's get rid of this. Okay, let's go to race number 3. And man, the scratches are just killing horses at Belmont, David.
Oh, so we have. I saw the 4 got scratched on that. The Solid, that's a huge scratch, and then we have the also eligibles. So yeah, so this race, a mile on a turf, New York State breds, $45,000 claimer. So with the 4 out, well, I'll let you finish the simulator to see. Because we have a horse with a huge early speed advantage here.
So the 6 Spooky Lady has a definite pace advantage. I have a note on this horse from last race. Needs the lead. And it looks like it's going to get the lead. But this 5 horse Determined Lady has won back-to-back races. Second off the layoff. Won first time out against an allowance group, 80,000. It was a state bred. This is a state bred as well. But and McCarthy was aboard for this race too on 525. Certainly, this is a player. Been first or second in 5 of 10 races for 110 grand.
Yeah. As I was looking at this race, I was looking for a closer because I thought the 4 was going to press the 6, and the 5's got a little bit of speed. But I don't know. With the scratch of Solid, it's going to be hard for me to make a case for my pick. My original pick. Now, I was originally, I had bet Rebo's Valentine last out on May 24th off the layoff, figuring this horse, with the change of surface, this horse might fire. Maybe this horse, the distance was too short. Maybe the horse had an inside post. Mike Maker has this horse, claimed it 2 back. Jordan Wyckoff is the owner, and they're sharp. Those are sharp connections. So if this horse is bred for the turf, I don't know why they never put this horse on the turf before. So second race back off a layoff. So I tried to make this horse, but then I decided, okay, well, it's a short field and not a lot of speed. I think the 6 with, like I said, the scratch of the 4. So you got to use the 6, but I'm also going to try to make the 2 Snowy Evening. This horse, third off a layoff for Donk. Now, don't be concerned about the 1 for 30 Donk at the meet, okay? A lot of those races were dirt races. Donk has got a bunch of turf horses. Just, its turf races just started like 2 months ago, right? So he started, some of his horses are running better. So I think coming out of the last race off a sprint, where he really didn't show much, but I'll take a chance that this horse is going to improve. This is Steve Christ and Dave Donk. This horse has had success. He's won 2 turf races. This is not. I know this field might be slightly better, But I'm going to take a chance that he's going to be close enough this time. You know, 2 back, he wasn't that far off a slow pace. That again, he was in against Spooky Lady. So I put Spooky Lady on top, but I'm going to give a 6-2 would be. So I have 2 entries. One's going on a 6 and one's going on a 2.
Okay. Spooky Lady's got a B+ work. If we look at the workout here, you can see that was a bullet there on June 19th. Yeah. I mean, this horse is fast. It is nice, though, to know that the horse is doing well, and it's going to have that outside, you know, post. It's definitely going to get the lead. Rebo's Valentine. I mean, you know, maybe Ortiz is sneaky. Right? You know what I mean? I would not doubt if he sends this horse and goes, because he's such a good jockey. Like, he really is. Like, but that being said, would it be good enough to win this? I don't think so. I don't like the GSRs on this horse. I don't think they're very good. When you look, you know, that's a 47 when you've got, you know, 4 other horses here with 61 to 74. You have to make a decision on what's going to happen in the race. Will the 6 horse duel with the 1? Possibly that could happen. So then it leaves me with this horse has won back-to-back races, and even if the 6 gets the lead, the 5 could still win the race. And then if the 1 and 6 duel, then the 5 could win the race, especially. So for that reason, David, I'm going to go with the 5 horse.
Yeah. And this horse won last over the track. And like you said, shooting for 3 in a row. Now, is this coincide with the trainer change from Phil Schoenfeld to Mike Trombetta? Possibly. I just think that, again, he's got to show me that he can she can reproduce this race. But
Trombetta won with this horse when he had the horse first time out, you know, off the layoff. So I mean, and that was really nice. Like, that was a really good effort against arguably, you know, as good as this or better. And now the win percentage goes up to 27%. The GSR goes up a little bit. I mean, this horse is in really, really good form right now. I'm anticipating a very good effort. That's what I'm expecting. So I think the 5's the horse to beat. The 6 will be dangerous on the lead, but and I think the 1's EE Morning Line is mostly because it's Maker and Ortiz. I can't get by the 49 GSR, so I'm gonna at this level. You know, maybe when you're talking about, like, you know, this non-winner is a 3 lifetime for 25,000 won the race, but even that was a 56 GSR. Today's against better horses, a 58 SOR, and the horse drops to a 47 GSR. I can't get down with the 1. I'm thinking the 1's going to be dangerous near the lead and it's going to stop. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah,
and actually, I looked at this horse twice because I rad Sticks for a second time. Right, he rode a horse going on the turf for the first time, and his agent didn't give up on the horse, saying, this horse just didn't handle it. So maybe there was an excuse that we don't know. Plus, it was just off a short freshening. So if he stays on, you know, this horse, he gave me a pause. Maybe I should use that horse. Yeah, I think I'll go for, like I said, I'll go with the 2 and the 6, just for a little bit of a price on the 2. Okay.
Sweet. All right, let's go to race number 4. Let's run this this simulator. 8 is scratched. Again, the release of the race simulator, it's going to happen, and very soon. Brad and team are working on it right now, but it should be, you know, anytime. So stay patient, but it's going to happen. We're finally here.
Congrats, man. That's great.
Yeah. You're talking about 18 years in the making to get this finally released to the public.
That's fantastic.
It's wait till you use it, David. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
It'll change the way you handicap for sure, in a good way. Okay, David, talk this out. We can see the race simulator has the 1 and the 2. What are your thoughts in here? And Brad Cox claims the horse for 25,000 off to Linda Rice. That's interesting.
Yeah, that is really interesting to me. You don't see that too often. Now, this horse went off at odds on last time out, right? And in a weak field, 25 claimers, non-winners of 2 lifetime. It wasn't much in that field. And just got off to a bad start, right?
Yeah.
So maybe this is a really good claim. However, if the horse got off to a bad start, you notice that 2 back, he also got off a step slow, but he won by 7 lengths. Linda had claimed this horse back, right, for 50,000. She last year did a lot of claiming in Kentucky, brought the horses back, either gave him 1 race downstate before aiming for Saratoga. So that's her move. Even though she claimed this horse last year, you got plenty of time to get this horse ready for Saratoga. But yeah, I think this horse is a real player here. So it's a horse, to me, is a must use. I prefer the 1 over the 2. Again, the 1, the speed advantage is 7, Bobby the Tank, right? Who gets out there with the 2 stalking. Yeah. I just think now the 1 post is tricky at Aqueduct. I prefer the outside post if I was looking on a best bet. So I won't make this horse a best bet. So yeah, that's one of the horses I was going to use, Scotty. I tried to make a case for Bobby the Tank. I'm not really sold on a horse who's 1 for 15, yep. So I like in a non-winners of 2 lifetime. I'm looking for a horse who hasn't had 20 starts or 16 starts, or so to me, the 1 for 5 for fighting back off that excuse, off the claim. Horse is going to be favored, tricky post, but I'm looking for an alternative here also. So the horse that I'm looking at is the 4 Barnstorming. It seems like I'm on Dylan Davis today, which could be a good thing. I love the way he rides at Aqueduct. And this horse is, again, there's another horse claimed off Linda Rice. This horse, to me, that race, that sloppy track race,
yeah,
you can absolutely throw out. Okay.
Agreed.
So they claim for 25. They hold this horse and now keep him in for 25. You know, Misselli is 17% first time off the claim. So that's not a bad number. I think this horse may be a little sneaky. And if you go back to the race on March 16th, I think I was in Vegas March 16th of last year, and I did watch this race. This horse was favored, had a bump break, and almost made a valiant run. This horse should have won at even money that day, no doubt. Without the bad break, to me, that horse wins by 5 lengths. Then moves him up to 40K. And he lost by a couple of lengths to Andy Cant. And now it's off the claim, staying at the same level. I think this horse is live. So for me, Scotty, it would be, because of price, I'm going to take the 4 over the 1. 4-1.
So, okay. So 4-1 for David. Let's talk about the 1 real quickly. This horse is, in my mind, is the horse to beat. That all being said, it draws the rail, which is very tough at this distance at Belmont Park. And in every single race, look at this trouble line. And now the horse draws the rail. That is not going to be an easy feat. And so I just don't know what to make of it. Brad Cox brings the horse back at the same level, gets Manny Franco. And by the way, can you tell me, every time I turn around, Manny Franco's winning. How the hell is his win percentage only 12%? I don't get it. Like, he just seems to win all the time. He is the best 12% jockey in my lifetime.
No. Yeah. Hold on a second. I think that's conflicting figures here. Hold on a second. I think that's a number we got to check, Scotty.
Is it? What do you show for? This is a 2-year period. What do you show for his win percentage, even for like the last year? Because I was looking at that last night and I thought, are we off for some reason on that win percentage?
No. So I'm looking at his meet. So just focusing in on the Aqueduct meet, Big A at Aqueduct, Belmont at Big A. He's 20. Let's see. As of 2 days ago, he's 28 out of 134. It's showing
about 22%.
21%.
Yeah. So is that just for the meet? That's not for the.
That's just for the meet. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm going to check into that further though. But
Okay,
and we're going to add that to the site, by the way. Yeah,
that would be helpful. Absolutely.
yeah,
Helpful.
exactly.
Hold on a second. Great director. I don't mean to interrupt you. Is there a book that you're going to help you beat me at the NHC? You may not need a book. You probably don't need a book to beat me, but
Buenos dias, Oscar.
You just need to focus.
Yeah.
Now, what's the book? Is that the Matt Miller book? Are you talking about?
Matt Miller book. Matt was generous and gave, like, I don't know, 12 or 13 copies around there. And I mean, Matt won the BCBC. I mean, Matt's no joke.
Oh, Matt is, I highly respect Matt, and I'm anxious to read the book, but I haven't gotten it sent to me yet. So, yeah, it's a better way of thinking. I actually listened to one. He was great on a podcast I listened to. So, yeah. Hey, any information I can pick, but I will tell you this: that different handicappers have different ways to approach things, and we may differ on certain things, but I highly respect him. He's a great elite tournament player.
He is. So in this race, if we look at the pace, the 7, I just want to see if there's any case to be made for the 7 horse going gate to wire. The simulator says the horse is going to stop. Sometimes it doesn't work out that way. And this horse has stopped every time, facing the same level, drops in win percentage. GSR is the same. Probably not likely, right?
Yeah, I don't think. However, if there's a speed bias in this track today, he's got more of a shot. We've seen that sometimes where horses you throw out when you're pre-handicapping. So watching some races, same thing at the Belmont Stakes Festival up in Saratoga. I picked up pretty early that, hey, it's hard to close today. So on a track like that, Bobby the Tank would certainly move up, but I'm not prepared to make the decision on a horse that is 1 for 15 lifetime.
No, and Gomez jumps aboard for Linda Rice, and their 0 for 5 jockey trainer combination, and Carmouche, who's one of Linda Rice's go-to jockeys, jumps on Actress's 2 horse. And was he aboard this horse before? Yeah, the last couple of times he's been aboard, and the horse is dropping in class. Win percentage goes up. GSR is about the same. This is what you're looking for. The 2 is a major player. But my question to you is, and I don't know how you calculate it, and it's very difficult to do, is this the type of horse that needs a lead or break? Because I don't think the 2 is getting the lead because the 7's super fast.
Right. Scotty, I don't think this horse necessarily needs the lead, because if you look back at one of the earlier races, November 13th, 22 at Churchill, this horse closed. So I don't necessarily know this horse needs to lead, but with the addition of blinkers, this horse seems to have more positional speed. But I know Kendrick Carmouche loves to be near on the lead. So you're right. I think the 2 is going to press the 7. And really, it came down to I'd rather take a 1 for 10 horse than a 1 for 16 with Barnstorming. And I think the 1 is going to hit the board unless this horse just gets off to an awful start,
and which is a possibility.
Yeah.
Really, here's where I'm going with this. If I'm Carmouche and he's a very aggressive jockey, I'm going to the lead with this horse because I'm not thinking that this horse can rate, and the 7 is fast. Now here's the thing: he doesn't have the pace numbers, so he doesn't know. He sees that probably the 7 is fast, but if you're looking at the 2 and you're looking at the 7. Carmouche doesn't know. He probably is thinking, hey, I'm on a fast horse. I can get the lead. And so he goes for it. But little does he know that the 7 is very fast as well. And the 7's a good breaker. So next thing you know, they're dueling. So let's go with this now. Let's just say a 7 and 2 duel. We get rid of them. And then now let's run the race and see what happens. Exactly, Dan. You don't know. I mean, it changes from one day to the other.
Right. And I'd like to point out too, Dan, that they had a tremendous amount of rain in a severe thunderstorm on Wednesday evening. The Yankee Met game was delayed, and it was really coming down. So they got a ton of rain. So usually when the track's drying out the next day, it has a tendency to be speed favoring, in my opinion. But then as it progresses, the next day it seems to become, more, even. So we'll see. It'll be interesting to watch the first. Good thing we have a couple of races on the dirt early. So we'll see how that goes.
So look, here's the simulator. If you throw out the 2 and the 7 and assume they're going to duel, it has the 1 winning by about a length. But the problem is, for me, is from the rail, that's no bueno here at this track. And secondly, if it breaks bad at all, then that 1 length, you can throw that out. So to me, just strategically, it's worth trying to beat both the 1 and the 2, and then maybe look at the EquinEdge long shot. The EquinEdge long shot's right there. It has a nice style. Walder, I know it's 1 for 22. It's got 8 second place finishes, though. I'm going with the 5.
Yeah, I did take a glance at the 5, but as 1 for 22 is just not my type of wager, to be honest with you. And he has been in a 16 non-winners 2 lifetime. Granted, he's been racing the last 3 races are pretty decent, the 3 seconds in a row. So if this horse does step up, maybe this horse is getting good and he does step up, he's a contender, no doubt. And I have to tell you, Trevor McCarthy's been riding well recently. He's getting, he's getting into gear here. And that's a good thing because he's a good rider and he just sometimes has a tendency to sit too far off a pace. But he's had a couple of nice winners the last couple of weeks, which so sometimes you see that and you want to jump on that jock too, because it's all about confidence. Same thing with horse playing, right? They're human. So you get your confidence built up. Hey, that was a great ride. I just scored on a 15-1 shot. So he's a good rider. So he's got a shot. But again, 1 for 22 is usually not my cup of tea.
Well, we talked about Severa being a long shot jockey for the same trainer too. Look at this. On the 6 horse and the simulator, if you buy into the story of the 1 breaking slow and causing issues and the 2 horse dueling with the 7, then look at the 6 horse. Like maybe this is your long shot right here. I mean, this horse is finishing each time. There's going to be speed in the race. It makes a lot of sense that maybe you would use a horse like the 6 or Irad, who's on the 3 endowed. Anyways, it's I don't see any reason to take the 1 or 2. I just don't see it. Like your 4 for sure going to close. It's right there. I think you would take the 3, 4, 5, or 6. I don't think you'd never go wrong with the Scotty long shot. So I'm going to go with that. But if the 6 horse ends up going off at 15, 20 to 1, you know what I mean. You're going to be out of the tournament. So you might play defensively. But I genuinely don't see any reason to use the 1 or 2. I don't care if they win by 10.
Right. Okay, we're sort of on the same page. I think you have to use the 1 in the 2nd slot if you're playing exactas. So, we'll see. It's an interesting race.
All right, so you're on 4-1. I'm on 5-3. All right, we've covered the first 4 races at Belmont Park. Now we need to head over to Monmouth Park for the feeder. We've got races 1 and 2 we have to do. Let's run the race. There's a field. There's 1 scratch, so we have a field of 7. You got to be in hog heaven today. The feeders are all New York. Well, New Jersey and New York. I mean, but still, I mean, you played Monmouth your entire life.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. I'm better than, I won't mention the other tracks because I don't want to be negative on anything. But it's it's in my wheelhouse, as they say.
Yeah, it is. All right, I think we can confidently throw off the 7. Okay. I think we might be able to confidently leave out. I mean, it's a big jump up in class. We could probably confidently throw out the 5. Okay. So here looks like the race. Who are we looking at?
Yeah, I think there's another key scratch in here, Scotty. So when I first handicapped this race, the 3 was in. That horse's speed. And let's see, let me throw him back. Just bear with me a second. I want to throw him back.
I'm going to run this sorting the pace as well. Let's just see what kind of a lead the 1 gets. And the 1, remember I was telling you that the race simulator's first call is more accurate than the pace number by 3 points. And we can see that here. Now we have to look at these horses' style. The 1 being on the rail. The one has rated before, so I don't know that it has to have the lead. But what you'll see sometimes is they can rate against easier a little bit. I don't think this horse can rate. I think this horse needs the lead. And then you look at the 2 horse. This horse can rate. It can rate. It looks like it can rate. The 4 horse also can rate. So they might let the 1 go. So that makes the race even tougher. And the 1 horse is 7-5 on the EE morning line. So it's you know, that's the first call. The second call, you know, they're trading punches back and forth. And then here come the 8 and the 6. We could see a speed duel between the 1, 2, and 4, and maybe taking the 7 or 8 at a price is worth it.
Yeah, I don't see that. I didn't.
6 or 8, excuse me.
Yeah, I didn't use that same approach. After the scratch of the 3, I re-handicapped it, and let's cut to the chase. I mean, the 1's going for the lead from the inside post with that horse's speed. That horse has no choice. This horse has to go to the lead. So if this horse gets pressed, I think the 4 also can press this horse. The issue with the 4 now, if this horse has a huge drop down and hasn't run since 23. So you're talking about over a year layoff. The last race this horse ran against was a $100,000 claimer. Yeah. And he lost to Il Miracolo, who was a stakes horse, right? Yeah. So that was a tough field. Now he drops down to the bottom there. Just give it, you know, basically, I don't know what happened. Something must have happened to the horse. However, the workout on June 13th is not bad. Delgado's had a good meet at Monmouth. They're a really sharp barn. So I wouldn't be surprised if this horse runs a good race. And this horse could just possibly destroy this field based on a class advantage. But the horse I ultimately settled on here is the 2 Cumberland Blues, first time with Wayne Potts. This horse is second off a layoff. Was not a bad comeback race at Aqueduct, and now drops from $14,000 claimer to a $7,500. So this horse to me is in the proper spot now. The reason they moved Wayne shipped him to Monmouth is you don't have $7,500 claimers at Aqueduct. So, and I'll take the 2 to stalk the 1. The 1's been in a 12.5 maiden claimer, broke his maiden at 12.5 or it was 10, and racing an 8,000 claimer on the synthetic. This horse's most success has been on synthetic. You got to show me that you're going to be the same horse on the dirt. So I think this horse, the 1 will have the lead and it stopped. The 2 will stalk. So it's 2-1 for me here, Scotty, that I ultimately settled on.
All right. Yeah, I have to go away from you here. The 4 horse is kind of an unknown. It's going to get bet down. It's 9-2 right now, but most likely this horse is going to be your second choice. Probably. I imagine it's going to be more like 2-1 or 3-1. And if it doesn't get bet down, then it's dead on the board because you know, and now Delgado is 24% off a layoff. I mean, that's, you know, pretty amazing stat. You don't see much better than that usually. You know, then you have a horse like this that's just been prodding, 40 group, 10%. I mean, looks okay. Certainly, if they duel, then I could see the 8 closing and winning this race. And then you've got the 6 horse. This is the one that's very interesting to me because Wayne Potts second off is 9%. But I tell you what, I could make a case for this horse. This 44 group right here, 11%, 52 GSR. It's kind of similar. And the horse, I saw this. The horse did not get a lot of pace that day, and still, you know, was a length and 3/4 behind. I don't know. There's just something about this field that is screaming long shots to me. You know, and this horse right now is 7-2. I like the early betting. I really do, because you'll see, and it's also the EquinEdge long shot. You see horses like this that get early betting, and then they'll drift up to 7-8-1. But the real money, right, was in the early betting, and so I'm going to take the 6 horse.
Yeah, so you're going with the other pots. So yeah. So I've got to, and again, how many times have we seen? It's uncanny, right? You got a trainer with 2 uncoupled entries in a race, and the longer shot wins. So,
yeah.
Okay, so we're rooting for Wayne Potts in this race. That's all we can say. So you're on the 6. Okay, I'm on the 2.
How are you, Greg? It's good to see you, and
Hey, Greg.
happy Friday to you as well. And we are on the last leg of the feeder. The first race for Belmont starts in 27 minutes, so you have to have all your plays in. That's what the way the pick and pray works. I guess over at Laurel Park, David, we top GSR, I guess, won the race. Let's see. Let's take a look. Nuwanda, and this horse had a 69 GSR in what looked to be a wide open race. Let's see if the simulator had this horse anywhere near. So what I try to do with the simulator, it has the horse 3 lengths back, but what I try to, somewhere within usually the top pace, top GSR, top SOR, you'll find the winner usually. The EquinEdge picks, of course, it's somewhere there. So when I'm spreading out in the tough race, I'll just go, who's the top GSR, who's the top SOR, who's the top pace, and I'll do something like that, and who's the long shot, right? And then I call it a day, and usually I get that'll be a way to take a tough race. So in this case, it was the top GSR, and then I look at the favorites. What do the 2 and the 3 look like? And when I look at this horse, it's first off the layoff. But what I see is when I see a horse that's the favorite, and look, 4 out of the 5, this horse is the favorite. It lost. Like, I have to play against, and I understand it ran second, but I have to play against horses like that on the wind end. I have to do it. They just find ways to lose as the favorite. And the other thing is, then you look at the second choice, which was the 3, and look at this horse. I mean, it's been burning a ton of money. I mean, here it was 5-1, and it loses by 19 lengths. So when I look at the favorites, you have to look and go, man, they just don't seem great. And then here's your third choice. I mean, that horse doesn't look that great. I mean, and so you might go like this, right? And then go, okay, let me take these 3 horses that don't look that great, and now look at it. And look, the 5 won, and the 8 actually got 4th. So anyways, I'm just giving you a different way of looking and maybe handicapping the race. Look to see if a horse has been burning money, and look to see if the GSR drops a bunch, or maybe the horse is going up in SOR, which is our class number. Okay, let's get to Monmouth Park race number 2. This is the last one.
Okay, let's do the simulator first. This will be interesting because this is a race that I struggled with.
And by the way I just handicapped that, you're going to have the race simulator today, everybody. The way I just handicapped that, you want to look at it that way too, because you can find prices like that 5 horse, right? And it just gives you a different view, a different mirror, a different lens, if you will, of looking at a race, which is super important. So here we come to the stretch, and now we're seeing the 6 closing, and the 6 is the only one closing. This horse is 3-1 in the EquinEdge morning line. It's the top EquinEdge pick, 24%. I don't know. What do you think, David?
Are we on Monmouth second?
Oh, shoot. I was the only one that was watching the race. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Here we go.
I'm confused. That's okay.
Okay. Here we go. All right. So 7's fast. 7's going to be your favorite. It's 7-5 on the EquinEdge morning line. It will have the lead, it looks like. 1 and 2 have some speed. But here comes the 6. Look at that. And then when they get to the stretch, you'll see that the simulator has that doesn't mean that's going to happen. But when they get to the stretch, you can see the 6 horse is really pulling away. Now, it's not an exact science. You know, maybe one of these horses clears and wins for fun. But let's talk about the 7 horse and what your thoughts are with the 7. Let's look at the first call. You can see that we have to look at the style. So it looks like I see this 2 horse as a horse that needs the lead. I see the 7 horse is a horse that needs the lead. Already, I'm trying to beat all this speed, and I also see the form not that great for the 1 horse, and it's on the rail. Seems to need the speed, need the lead, and yeah, I'm on the 6 horse namesake.
Okay, yeah, like I said, Scotty, this out of all these, the feeder races, this is the race I struggle with the most. I don't know what to make of some of these horses. Now, the first note I had here after going through the race is I prefer a closer in this race, so we're on the same page with that. But I am so tempted to make a hunch play here and just throw out the handicapping because Matt Miller is on the same page. It's like, hey, if you're confused, you're not going to handicap every race. If you have a hunch play, have a hunch play. So I'll throw this out there. I'm not going to use it, but I would be tempted to use New York Panther. The Florida Panthers are my second favorite team because we have a Florida home 5 minutes away from their rink. Congratulations to Florida Panthers. I'm a New York guy, New York Ranger fan, but now I'm a New York Panther. So that's too tempting of a hunch play at the NHC, but for purposes of handicapping, which this show should be devoted to, I won't tell anybody. I will probably play the one for real money as a hunch. But the horse I'm trying to make here is the other Saray horse, okay? That's the 5 homeschool. This horse is a closer. I will acknowledge that. Now, this horse is only 3 for 37, 3 for 33 lifetime. I will acknowledge that. 2 of the races were run on turf, but I just think that now this horse drops to the lowest spot this horse is running recently from a 10-5 claimer, where it really didn't show much, but both races, there was a trouble line. Lunged on May 11th, off slowly. May 25th, bobble break inside. And like I had pointed out at the NHC too, I am looking for long shots that have angles. If I don't have a long shot with an angle, then I usually don't play it. So the angle is 2 slow starts, dropping in class. So I can throw out those both races. The issue is if this horse got off slow twice in a row, is it likely this horse gets off slow 3 times in a row? Possibility. But at the price, I will take the risk. So I'm going to use the 5 homeschool on top. And then I guess that I'd use the 6 second. I think too, with Saray having 2 horses in the race and one of them speed, one of them's closer. It's not the worst scenario in the world if there's a speed duel because he's got the 5 horse. Hernandez is riding well. This jockey is 7 for 20, which is fantastic at this meet, 35%. So, and basically the higher percentage jock is on the longer shot. So you got Matty Oliver on the 7. I'm sorry. You got Marin on the 6 horse. That's the other Saray, and he's only 10%. So I think this horse is sneaky off the 2 trouble lines. I know he's only 3 for 33. Usually not my cup of tea, but in a race in an $8,000 claimer, sometimes you have to look outside the box. So I'm going to go with the 5 over the 6 here, Scotty.
All right, I'm going to go with the 6 horse namesake over the 1. I mean, the simulator is pretty telling here. It's not obviously, it wins 35% of the time. In a race that I have no clue in, I'll take 35% chance to win the race.
I feel better that you said in a race that I have no clue in because, like I said, this is the race that I really struggle with. And I was like, if I had any hair left, I'd be pulling it out after this race. So handicapping this race.
Rodney, it would be the same thing with stakes races, by the way. Yeah. So at the end of the day, my hunch algorithm likes him also. At the end of the day, the algorithms are tools, and we all still have to make subjective decisions. So thanks for your comment. But okay, that's the feeder. And, when we won't be able to watch the Belmont, unfortunately, I do think we have Monmouth though. Let me look here.
$105 first race.
We do have Monmouth, by the way, so that's great. So that's 99 minutes from now, but we've got Belmont, which we aren't able to show. But yeah, good news is we are able to show Laurel if we want to. We're able to show Gulfstream Park, which is coming up in 9 minutes. Why not? And then we've got we've got Woodbine if we want as well. But we will be able to show the Monmouth Park, but the first race goes off in 99 minutes from now. Again, we'll do the audio of Belmont. But all right, I think let's take a look at this. So we got Belmont race number 6. So you can see already that I'm on the 9 horse.
Belmont race number 6. You're giving us an early look at your pick. Okay. Let me just pull up that chart on EquinEdge.
Eric, preview show yesterday. Horse in the 3rd at Monmouth is scratched, huh? Hold on here. Let's see what that was. So so at Monmouth Park, race number 3, the 4 was scratched. Hold on one second.
Race number 3 at Monmouth.
Yeah, this was a preview horse. I was Spun for Fun. I love the 6 anyways. So yeah, I especially love it now. This was a debate between Oldie and I yesterday, and that was that he really likes Spun for Fun. Now, David, what we do in these so I forget what Oldie's calling it, but we basically all get together, me and Alfredo yesterday, and Chris Walsh and Justin and Oldie. I mean, we get together and we're fighting it out.
Hey, and I wasn't invited to the party.
I don't know why you weren't. You're supposed to be on that chain, but
that's okay. I'm only busting you.
No, but you're supposed to be on it, actually. I'm not really sure why you're not. Anyways, it's pretty intense because, Alfredo comes up with a horse and I'm like, we're voting, but my vote was no, I'm just, because we want to make sure that we're winning at 50% right now. And that's the goal that we had was 40%. So we're hitting at 50. A scrum. Thank you, Penny. Thank you.
Scrum. So
yeah,
yes.
Scrum. That's what Oldie's calling it. Scrums. I mean, they're intense. Seriously. At one point, Alfredo, he's out of the screen. I'm like, did he leave? Man, and then all of a sudden he's back. But no, I mean, it's if you saw that, we thought about actually maybe showing and
behind the scenes
because it's seriously intense. Like, when you really like your horse and then you start fighting for it, and then you have other people telling you, sorry, your horse sucks. Yeah, it's not. It's no good.
What? Or you're getting somebody yelling, "What the F is wrong with you?" So maybe it's better I don't come on the show because people might change their interpretation of my demeanor, because I'm an opinionated horse player, and if there's nothing like the old OTBs with angry horse players yelling and screaming at each other. It's like, calm down, guys. It's only a game of fun. We're supposed to be having fun here. It's like
it was about a 3-hour scrum. So so me and Oldie had a wager on this. It looks like the 4 horse is scratched. That was a pick that we all decided to put through. I was trying to be nice to Oldie, really, but I like the 6 horse Sister Nell, and so yes, there it is in race number 3 at Monmouth Park.
Can I just be the voice of dissent here and just ask one? See, sometimes when you just, I've learned in debate, when I was debating back in the day in college, sometimes rather than knock somebody's pick, you ask them a question. So I'll ask you a question, Scotty. With Hara, for Fernando Hara on it at for you're confident?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's all I want to know. Okay.
Yeah, no, for sure, because I felt like there's a lot of speed in the race. I like the drop in class. The horse hasn't been to this level yet. Maintains the GSR, win percentage about the same, goes up a little bit. Second off the layoff, Jimenez is a good trainer. All these horses are, crappy records.
Yeah, so, one for 19. Yep.
Yeah, I don't love that, of course.
Yep.
But in a race like this, that's what you got to choose a horse.
Right.
Yeah, this one's 1 for 10, and it won against a 38 group. But now it's got to face tougher, and maybe it can do it. I also try to beat horses that I always try to beat horses that are, broke their maiden and facing winners for the first time, unless it's just the entire field is like that.
Right.
So
right, exactly. And again, I don't mean to denigrate any jock. So I apologize, Fernando. He actually won a Belmont Stakes back in the day when I was there. I can't remember the name of the horse though. But he can ride. I mean, he's just, he's been at smaller tracks, and I think he had an injury too. But and again, I'm the least guy to try to knock a jockey. I will criticize.
Don't backtrack now.
No, I will. I will criticize a ride, an individual ride. But there are some handicappers that I was shocked that, oh, I won't play that jockey in any case. So I'm like, well, eventually they do win races, right? They got here and they could win a lot of races. But yeah, and again, sometimes you look at jocks. Well, they're more of a front runner. This one likes to close, and that's probably a knock. But yeah, no, I'm not knocking any jockey long term. I'll criticize a ride here or there. That's basically it.
Did you see? Wiz had a question for you.
Oh, absolutely. Back in the day, the New York OTBs had letters instead of numbers. So, for instance, the 1 would be A, then 2B, C, in order. However, if you had an entry, the 1 and 1A would be 2 different numbers. So you'd have an A and something else, I don't remember. But yeah, it's the number. And if you screwed up the letter, so going to the track and then going to OTB, I've screwed up back in the past betting the wrong letter. I'm like, oh shit! I thought that was the 1 horse, the A horse. The A horse is the 2 horse. Oh yeah. Good point. Back in the day, yeah, the smoky old OTBs, and you couldn't get away with telling the wife yeah, I'll be a little late from work tonight because I have a late meeting, because you wanted to stop at OTB and watch the double, the late double, and because you'd go in there and come out smelling like smoke. It was a smoky room, and she'd go, "Where were you?" I'm like, well, I know she knows I'm either at a bar or at an OTB. So I'm like, okay, I'm at the OTB. So thanks for the memories. That was back in the day, a lot of fun.
Okay,
thanks, Dan.
So race number 7, we had
Jazeel was the horse.
We had
I'm sorry, Scott.
No, that's okay. I'm reading at the same time. Sorry, guys. Race number 7, the 1 was scratched. That was a horse that Oldie had. That was, who was that? Oh, Damasco. We really liked that horse. I liked that horse as well. We thought with Kathleen O'Connell that horse was going to go gate to wire. Now it's a huge pace advantage for the 9. Huge. Look at this.
Okay. This is interesting. On the 7th?
Yeah, look at this. There was only 2 horses to begin with. Now Katie's a Lady is going to absolutely have a huge pace advantage. What the heck? Does it have her stopping? It's not even in the top 3 picks anymore. 27% win.
It's interesting that you brought up this race, Scotty.
Okay. Well, I still
great director asked me.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, great director earlier asked me if I have a lock of the day, and it was in this race. So it's very interesting you brought this race up. And now with the scratches, I'll have to relook at it. But my lock was the 7.
You love the 7 here, Royal Dame, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. And we can get into it further when we analyze the race.
No, I don't think we're going to. Oh, yeah, we are, because that is part of it, right?
And I'll give you a specific reason why I think the horse is a lock. So
we're on it. We're on it. Just go for it.
Okay. Well, you want me to go for it now?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so we'll backtrack to the other races. So the 7th race, when I saw this horse, I'm like, Royal Dame. I remember this horse. This horse on Pegasus Day down at Gulfstream Park was 20-1. second race off a layoff on the turf and against a strong field. There were 12 horses in this race, and it was a wide open race. It's one of those inscrutable head scratcher races, in my opinion. And I did use this horse, and this was a contest that day. And I needed this horse to run first, second, or third for any of my triple plays and everything. This horse got off slow out of the gate, and I'm like, oh, geez, there it goes. I'm done. And then it was a fast pace. I'll acknowledge that. But this horse was flying at the end. What a good effort off a solid pace. It was a fast time. And this horse, without a slow start, to me, would have won this race. There was some traffic problems with other horses here, which might have been a factor in this horse getting second. But with that being said, this horse keeps the same company in the next race, didn't run as well. It was a shorter race, and it was maybe a little bit of a slower pace, it looks like, based on my numbers here. So again, same company. And then he stays in the same company in a mile, gets another trip where this horse, that race was easy. This horse drew off, came home in 134. And I think this horse is class edge on anybody else in this field. Now, Katie's a lady's dangerous because of the speed, but I'm going to stick with the 7 horse. I like the workout on June 21st. And this horse ships up from Gulfstream, and to put the cherry on top of the pudding here, this horse has also won over the Monmouth track at the distance, and also went a mile and an eighth and won. So I think this horse is a free square, in my opinion. However, with the scratches, it makes it a little more difficult. But I'm not going to change my opinion. I think this horse is the best class in the race, and can get up. And
I still can't get by the cherry on the pudding. Is that a thing? You put cherry on?
I put cherry on pudding. Sure, I'm a cherry guy. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. The cherry on top of the cake, I know, is the normal. But yeah.
Somebody's got to give you a hard time.
Exactly. Why not?
Okay, let's see here. Hold on. Let's go here and watch this race here at Gulfstream Park.
Boston, Benny, and Toronto. Yearly trailer is Go Billy, go. To the half-mile point. It's the favorite Louis the King taking on one long shot Sabian in second. East Boston Benny is down at the rail alongside Shady World, who shuffles to fourth. Sliding now fifth is Karunk on the trailer. Remains Go Billy, go. They went 22 seconds in the opening quarter, and they passed the 5/16. Sabian giving Louis the Sun King all he wants. Louis the Sun King with the advantage on inside position. Sabian right alongside second. East Boston Benny now third. Then Karango trying to wind it up from the back is Go Billy Go.
When you go wide like the 5 horse has to go, you lose that ground. It's amazing. Like, you want to stay inside the 1 horse and the 4. Good battle. The 4. Here comes the 2 as well. 4's going to get this win though over the 1 or 2.
Getting up. Sabian,
yeah.
Sonny Leo.
Yeah, 4-1-2. Look at that.
The Sun King was second.
Upset. 4-1-2. Let's take a look. Let's see. Let's go to Gulfstream Park. We'll go to race number 1. And 4 horse Sabian, 16-1. Let's see. Let's run this race and see if we could have caught that over at Gulfstream Park. Did you? Yeah, right. What a good one. Oh, hold on here. Let's share this tab. There we go. 16-1, 11%. There seemed to be some speed in here, and I think that's the key. The 1 horse was fast. The 2 horse was fast. The 5 horse was fast. You know, and I mean, look, it only has the 4 horse about length and 3/4 behind, and you can make that up, especially when there's a lot of speed in the race. Look at this horse was always going to be forwardly placed. Look at the pace situation in here. And first call, you can see. I mean, it's just a wall of them, and the 4 at 11-1. Wow, what nice training job by Oscar Gonzalez, 14% off the layoff normally, and did a nice job, right? Look at that.
Oh, absolutely. Took advantage of the pace tool and got up.
Yeah, Sonny Leone is, he can get horses coming from behind for sure. So, as we know, but this is where I think for me the pace number and the simulator to the first call, the simulator is the most accurate at the first call. Then it gets a little bit less accurate the second call, and so forth to the finish. Still, we're 35.5% accurate to predict the winner. But and that's something that we're going to be working on as well to see if we can really get the other calls to be as accurate as the first call. Also, over the last couple of years, we've had people saying, "Why don't you have a last call finish?" Well, now you have it with the simulator. So for those of you that have wanted a last call, a finisher, who finishes the best, you got it. All right. Okay, let's get to Belmont. We won't be able to show it, but let's get out to Belmont.
Yeah, just pulling up my feed here too, my office. Okay.
Race number 1. And who did you have again in here?
Yeah, I went for the value here, Scotty, the 6 over the 5, and you had 6 over the 2. So we're both on the 6 here, and we're getting 9-1, which shows that the morning line is 7-2. I was right in questioning that, I guess. But was it a bad morning line? But if this horse wins for fun, then probably wasn't a bad morning line. We'll see.
Let's see what we got here.
And I think the 6 will either run first or second or dead last. I don't think there's any in between for this horse.
No.
Not sure he can still run, but weak race.
Let's see. So, yeah, so we're thinking the 5 is still a player. I mean, look, at 4-1, at 9-2, I think the 5 horse is still worth playing. The GSR goes up. We've made some excuses for this horse, although you never want to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 races pretty much at this same level and losing. This horse has 3 second place finishes. It's just and Franco couldn't win on this horse. The horse has had 113 pounds, couldn't win on the horse. It's a tough one though. But I think if this horse was going to get through, it's going to be today. The GSR does go up 10 points, but I would have liked to see the win percentage go up higher, but it doesn't. And the reason it doesn't is because the 2 horse is taking so much of the win percentages. I love horses like this, like the 2. I just didn't use. I wouldn't use it because it's 4-5. But when you have a horse that's the top win percentage this horse has ever had was 7%. This horse has been outrunning its win percentage, and now is 37% to do so. This is clearly your horse to beat. And look, it's arguably the fastest horse in the race. I mean, look, there's a high likelihood that this horse is just going to go gate to wire, and some of these heartless horses are not going to be able to get up there. And if I was playing an exacta in this race, it would be probably 2 over 5-6 probably.
Right.
What's up, Dave? Right.
Hey, Dave. Yeah, like I said, I think we mentioned before, if I was going to play horizontal things here, I'd be using a 2-5-6 and hoping that the 6 for the price is the one that gets us there.
So as far as a wager goes, I mean, look, we're getting 10-1 on the 6 horse right now. It's 12% to win. Look, if the 1 doesn't run good and the 5, burns money like it's been doing, then the 6 looks like the best closer in the race for sure. Here's a trifecta for you. So do a 2 with 6, and then do a cover bet, an exacta 2 with 6. There's nothing wrong with that. And
correct.
Maybe you can play a bigger trifecta 2-5-6. But the EquinEdge long shot certainly has every right to get the money, and that horse is 18-1 right now, and 9-1 on the EquinEdge morning line. When we talk about value, that's what we're looking for, right? You got 6-1 on the 6 horse. The horse is 10-1 and 12%. Now that's value.
Right. Now, as we're going through this analysis, the 2 is now down to 4-5. I will tell you this: there's no way I'm taking 4-5 on a 20,000 maiden claimer. In any case, so
no, but you can make money on verticals.
Oh, absolutely, yep.
Okay, I'm going to try to turn this up as loud as I can. This is the first at Belmont at the Big A. This is the very first leg of the 6 races in the feeder, an $18 feeder. David, you have two entries here?
No, I just have 1 today.
Okay, and you're on the 6. You did go with the 6 horse.
I'm the 6. Yeah, I'm on the 6. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see a lot of speed in here, but there is a really good likelihood here that this With a good break, the 2 clears and goes gate to wire.
Correct. But I'm hoping not at 4 to 5. Good luck, everybody.
It couldn't clear. It did not clear.
It's coming up now.
This gives you a way better chance with the 6, who's a lot closer to the base than I thought. That's very interesting. I like the 6's chances right now.
Well, he looks a little wide here to me. I don't.
So that's the favorite, and then the 7 is the EquinEdge long shot. 6 is kind of running a little choppy, though, isn't he?
All right, the 6 is starting to make a move here, but he's way back. And you've got to be careful. If these 2 horses go wire to wire, this could be a speed favoring track. Yeah, they're not coming back.
Look at the EquinEdge long shot right now. 6 is not going to run. This EquinEdge long shot's going to win. Wow.
Yeah, this horse I was afraid of, but a 3-year-old. That's what threw me off of it.
I don't know how it does it, man. I just like it's amazing, amazing the algorithm. Look at that. 7, 2, 5 didn't run. 1 got third. 6 did not run. 6 never looked comfortable.
No, and I have to tell you, watching this race, and it wasn't a slow pace particularly, nothing, monumentally fast. This may be a speed favoring track.
Dan, do you use the 7? Eric had the 7. Yeah, good call,
Eric,
guys.
too.
Look, I mean, it's just incredible. Look, blew up the feeder in the first race, Dave. Look at this. You did talk about Hennig being cold right now, but you also said it's a good barn and they can hit with some prices, and that's exactly what happened.
Right, and the overwhelming factor with me was that this was a 3 against older. However, if you look at it again, this horse ran against Hours in a Day and Shaking the Bell and finished last. Okay, but bump break. So there was your angle. I always mentioned I won't play a long shot unless there's an angle. With no bum break here, I probably wouldn't have played. I didn't play, but because I wasn't sure this horse could fire on this horse was synthetic, and his best race was on a synthetic surface. So I'm thinking maybe he's just not a dirt horse. But he had an excuse last time out, and that's a big price. So like I said, no want 4 to 5 on top in a contest here in a $20,000 claimer. He finished second, but so it could be on dirt. It may be a speed favoring track because that's something that is. These horses didn't come back at all, and no one really closed.
No. All right, let's just to mix it up a little bit. Let's go to Woodbine, and let's see here. There we go. And then I'm going to run while you guys are looking at that. What I'm seeing is the AZL, the horse to watch, top pick, 27%. This horse has burned some money, though. It was 45% last time out and didn't win. You could be looking at the same situation here. And the horse does draw the rail. So let's just say that the 1 horse will throw it out, will run the race, and then it looks like the 3 or the 4. And you're getting some price.
Gate. First race in the current favorites are the 4 or the 6. A Sting for Love, Echo 7 back and forward between the 2 at 5 to 2 apiece. 4 to 1.
So when I look at the 3 horse, it's facing similar as last time. The GSR drops a little bit. The 4 horse
at double figure.
Here's a horse off the layout.
Race 1
Mike Dunslow
on a 7 race
only
card.
4%. You can see it is dropping from an optional claiming 40 to 15,000 claimer. But wow, I mean, this really is a tough race. But
Disgruntled Pelican. There's the ride here for Sophia Vives. Crimson Knights and Sky Chanet's to gate 3.
I would probably take a first-time starter in a race like this, or a second-time starter. So for me, I would take the 5 or the 6.
Touching into favoritism right now.
I'd probably go with the 6. I'd probably go with the 6, Scotty. Yeah.
Yeah, I just have to take. I would take the 5 or the 6.
2 first-time starters here, and
because these horses that have run just do not look good.
This field almost right. A Sting for Love outside gate.
So only 8 people had the 7 horse. It is the Scotty long shot is just always dangerous. All right, let's see what happens here. I'm curious to see how this 5 runs. Usually with the first-time starters,
a little bit
breaking
awkwardly
good,
as they break with Speedy Executive.
Many times they break
Echo
bad.
7 and got away with separation of 3 or 4 lengths on them. Crimson Knights up on the outside and over on the rails as Yale shares second, splitting them. Disgruntled Pelican and 3 lengths away. Sting for Love. And last is Speedy Executive. Really racking along at a very fast pace. Echo 7 leads the way by about 7. And sharing second spot remain as Yale and Crimson Knights, and in the center, Disgruntled Pelican.
I don't think you're catching
second
that
last,
4.
Speedy Executive back to last. To Sting for
That's
Love.
the fast pace.
Echo 7 so far, about 5.5. Crimson Knights
right.
getting closer.
3's
Back
coming
in third
as well.
Yale.
I'll tell you what,
Executives picking
watch
up
that
the bidders
5
running
time,
on as
that
they
5
come
horse
inside the
next time
final
out. It
quarter.
hasn't run a bad
First one
race.
was a flyer, 22 and
Break
3
like
leads,
that,
5
and then
lengths.
kind of finish
Anchors
like
around
that.
the
That means
turn,
the
well
horse
ahead.
had some,
Crimson Knights is gaining
has
some
some
ground,
talent.
is still about 4 behind. And in third placing, Speedy Executive with Aziel. The leader well out in front, though. Echo 7
at
for
this
Fraser
level,
Abley
of
by
course,
4 or
it looks
5
like
lengths.
it's,
Coming to
5
second,
horses
Speedy
fun to watch
Executive
next
with
time out.
Crimson Knights weakening. And down to the wire, Echo 7's laboring, but is coming to the lead
35.
with 2 to spare. And what a great finish by Speedy Executive. Echo 7, a diminishing length and a quarter. Out wide,
So
Speedy
with
Executive
a
has
good
run
break,
second.
and that happens
Then
a lot of
Crimson
times
Knights at Aziel
with
was
these
4th,
first-time starters. But with a good
5.68.
break, the 5 horse wins the race.
Easily. That was a huge race by the 5 horse. He was totally compromised at the start, or she was, and made this huge rally. Now that should be on the gold star list next time this horse runs. And hopefully, again, it had an education. She had an education coming out of the gate, and will handle the gate opening better.
And I think
that's a horse to watch.
Let's look at the example right here. Look at the June 9th work. Okay, I don't need to see a lot of fast works. But clearly this horse has talent. You can see the June 16th work, 8 of 40. Okay. I mean, clearly the horse has talent. But in this gate drill on June 9th, and it's the only one we can see, the horse was only 63 of 117. So it was a 3-star work, but I need to see a faster drill than that. I need to see that horse being 20 of 117, just so that tells me, well, you can't have a fast drill or be 20 of 117 if you didn't break good out of the gate. Does that make sense, David?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, some of those gate drills are very important to watch on the workouts. But and this horse, it was his sire's Super Speedy. That was a decent Live Oak Plantation horse. So I should have picked that up earlier. I might have got the exacta here, but good. Yep.
So I'm putting in my note on that horse. All right, so okay, let's start we got to get with the qualifiers now. So we started, which is race number 8, race 8, Monmouth Park, race number 7. I'll get it out. Hold on, let's see. I want to go back to it because I know that you know who you're going to play. I know you. I'm a little concerned in this race with the speed that the 9 horse has, and it's 27% to win. And when it clears, when it cleared against a 56 group, it was 53% to win, I know, but it pulled away. This horse is all about getting the lead, is what it looks like to me. And I don't know. What are your thoughts about the 9? I mean, look at the pace advantage this horse is going to have. Let's watch this. Let's run this race. But what a huge pace advantage the 9 horse has. Like, look. It's not even the first call yet, and this horse is 3 3/4 lengths in front.
Right. And Scotty, I will tell you that this 9 now, keep in mind that I handicapped this race before the late scratches.
Right.
So, and now it's going to change my opinion not going to change my opinion of the horse. I still think the 7 has a class edge over the 9, but now with such a huge pace advantage, it's really tough to justify making this horse Royal Dame like my play of the day, right?
Yeah.
So especially now, rather than getting 7 to 2 or 4 to 1, This horse now is at the EE morning line is dropped to 6-5. So my style is I don't want any part of a win wager on a horse at 6-5, even because of the scratches.
Yeah.
So I'm going to change, even though I think this horse is a likely winner. So my outlook and my approach to this card at Monmouth will change based on all the scratches. So instead of making a nice hefty win wager on this horse, which I don't think will be any value, I will play horizontal singling this horse. So that's the approach. So sometimes when you get a scratch, you're going to make a win bet, and now you have another horse in a race that's got a pace advantage. It kind of takes away from the confidence, obviously, of your pick.
Yeah.
But I still have confidence in a horse, but not enough to make a win wager. I'm going to single this horse. I will play pick 3s and pick 4s.
Well, and here's the thing, too. The rail's out to 36 feet. This horse likes to win. It has 7 wins in 24 races. There's nothing wrong with this horse. And Marin and Rodriguez, even though Marin's only a 10% jockey, they're 23% in 39 races in the last couple of years, jockey-trainer combination. So it's live. The other horse that's a major player in this race is Go Big Green, Dave. Look at this horse. I mean, and the simulator has this horse closing like an absolute champ. Look at from third call, 3.69 lengths back, 1.9, and then look at the close on that. So the 5, and it's 8-5 on the EquinEdge morning line. The 7 or the 5 are the most likely winners in this race. I think we can agree on that. But I don't remember seeing such a huge pace advantage look at the second call. At the second call, 3 3/4 lengths in front of the 8. And the main contenders, the 7 and the 5, are 4.5 and 5.5 lengths respectively back.
Correct. And again, it's tough now because this horse also is 1-for-1 at the Monmouth, over the Monmouth turf surface, won a year ago. A nice, easy wire-to-wire win.
Yeah.
And also 4-for-6 on the turf lifetime, 7-for-24 lifetime overall. This horse has a winning profile, so it is very difficult to, figure that this horse with the scratches is not going to, be a really strong contender. But again, maybe I'm a little thick-headed and opinionated. Even with the scratches, I still think the 7, because this horse definitely impressed me down in Gulfstream and can make a middle move. That last race, maybe.
Can I tell you, give you some advice? Sorry to cut you off. You should stick with your 7, and I'll tell you why. Because the 5 horse is going to be a big-time favorite as well, so you still might get 8-5 to 2-1 on the 7. You know what I mean? Like you still might. The race simulator has the 9 stopping pretty badly as well. And you're talking about the 7 and 5 being really, really nice. And yeah, I would agree with you if the 5 wasn't in the race. Now you're going to get the 7's going to go off at 1-9. But with the 5 in the race, you still might get decent odds in it. And you like the 7 so much, I would probably, if I were you, I would stick with it, because if the 7 wins, you're going to kill yourself.
Yeah, no, I'm going to stick with the 7, and I'll wait up to make the decision on a win or exacta wager right before post time. But no, I still plan to go with the 7, because the other thing that I forgot to point out is I like the workout on June 21st. This going back, this looks like the horse's fastest workout recently. So sometimes when these horses get into form, off that last race, that was an impressive race. And sometimes these horses, when they get into form, they can show a little more speed. So I think she's into form, and I like the connections. And yeah, no, once I'm sold on a horse, sometimes I'm pig-headed. I won't change even with scratches. And in this case, I'm going to stick with the 7, Royal Dane.
So look, if you look at this 9 horse, though, in 6 tries, going 8.5 on the turf, the horse has won $84,000, which is a little bit, more than half of the total money earned for this horse in 24 races.
Yeah.
So, I think the 9 is a major player, and I've got 2 entries, but the screwed part for me is I actually really like the 5 as well, and then the 7 looks fantastic. I'd love your opinion there. There's nothing wrong with this 5 horse. If you look in 12 tries, earned $120,000. If you put that in perspective, though, with the 9 horse in 6 tries, it's earned $84,000 and has a big pace advantage. this horse is a a big player. 7. Man, I have to make a decision in the Monmouth Park race number 7 here, and because of what the projected odds are going to be with the 9, I'm going to have to go with the 9. So yeah, I'm going to go with the 9.
Okay. So
all right.
7 for me and 9 for Scotty.
Okay, and then did we figure out Belmont race number 6 yet? What we were doing there?
Let me check my notes. Did I cross it off the list? No, we did not We did not analyze race 6 at Aqueduct.
All right, let's run this race. Let me get rid of the horses that don't look okay. First time starter, Annie Franco. This horse. Let's see. You want to keep that horse? Yeah, probably this one. Low turf. I'm going to throw out the 3. 35-1 EquinEdge morning line. Okay, I think we can probably run the race here now. Let's go. Hey, Logan, it looks like the race simulator should be anytime. They did have a bug that they're dealing with right now. They're working on it right now, but likely it's going to be anytime. The 4 is a first-time starter, Bam Bam, and it's been working on the dirt like we've talked about many times. When you have a turf horse and it's been racing on the dirt, just consider that it's going to move up on the turf. And but in a sprint race here, 6 furlongs at Belmont Park, can you remind us, David, do horses in the sprint races on the turf, do they usually, the horses that win these races are forwardly placed?
Normally, yes. Yes, I would say that. However, I think the key here is the turf condition. Now, they had a lot of rain 2 days ago in the evening in New York, and yesterday the races were off the turf, right?
Yeah.
So now you're going to have some moisture in your turf course today. Do you see the official turf condition here? Let me just check and see. Now, again, it's a couple hours later. They're calling it firm.
Okay, it looks firm.
Yeah. Okay. And again, there hadn't been a lot of rain previous, I don't think so. So I'm not going to consider that being a factor. But the one thing I don't like at the 6 furlongs at the Aqueduct course is I don't prefer an inside post unless the horse is a speedball, because you got a full field here, and if you're a closer from the one post, you got to hope you got to get the perfect trip. And a lot of these races, these New York State, well, this is not a New York State, this is a maiden special weight fillies and mares. And I just think that you're going to come down on the stretch and have 5 or 6 horses that could possibly win. These usually cavalry charges, whoever gets the trip. So these races are tough for me to key on.
So let me give you some additive here. So it's interesting. Chuck is saying that his friend owns Lamorna, excuse me, and this horse is 19% to win. Here's what's interesting: the simulator has this horse to win as well, the top pick. But here's what's interesting: I get long shot plays on my email, and this horse popped up, and I think there's a ton of pace in this race. Yeah, you don't have a bunch of horses in the 80s and stuff like that, but a lot of these horses seem to need the lead for their best, and you have a horse like the 5 who's actually dropping in GSR 23%. Can this horse rate? It does look like the 5 can rate. I think the 5 is probably the horse that the 1's going to have to beat. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, I looked at this race, and here we go. My turf sprint races, which now, because I know it's a challenging race for me, I spend extra time to see if I can decipher possible angles here. But these are maiden special weights. You could have a first-time starter pop up here, like Bam Bam, the 4, and it'd be a good a first-time out winner. So you're just trying to see what the likely scenario here is. And I will tell you that I expect to break the Clement hex today.
Here we go.
Tempting with the 10.
You say that every week.
Yeah, okay. Here it comes.
I
do like the 10 a little bit, stage presence. This horse raced at Monmouth in his first start. Now she's a Speightstown. Now usually Clement's, A-grade horses stay in New York during the summer, and he sends the second class. No, the reserves down to Monmouth. He's got a good stable at Monmouth. He wins a ton of races there. He's already won 9 races at Monmouth. But the reason I like this horse a lot is because comes out of the May 25th turf start at Monmouth. He was bet at a little less than 7-1. Didn't show any speed, but she rallied and got a solid second. So that's a good debut race, right? Now, rather than staying at Monmouth, this horse ships up to Belmont for a higher $90,000 purse. And I like that confidence. And when that barn shows confidence, I guess they think she's got potential. I like Speightstown. I love the breeding. Yeah. So that will be one possible selection here. But I am also looking at this 2-horse Echo Baby. Now, I know that you had just mentioned you think there's going to be enough pace in the race, but if Chuck is correct and the trainers, his friend's horse is not as much pace as we think, this horse to me is very dangerous. This 2 Echo Baby, just alone on the trainer's stats. Now, this is my Engelhart. We know the Engleharts. They're a very solid barn in New York, besides the Naira Circuit, Finger Lakes also. Let's go back. September 2nd at Saratoga last year, this horse ran a solid 4th to Life's an Audible. Okay. Life's an Audible is a good filly. Okay. Then had a little bit of a layoff. Maybe there was some issue. Comes back at a turf sprint at Aqueduct and shows some speed and then kind of just tires a little bit. Now gets Lasix this time, off a layoff. And if you look at this meet, Engelhart is a 20% trainer, right? 2 for 10, not a lot of starts, but off the layoff, his record is just fantastic. And I have it here. Just bear with me. First race back off a layoff, 28%. Wow. That's all I need to know. I think this horse, with the addition of Lasix and the rail post outside of a horse who's got no speed at all, that this horse guns and could be gone. With that being said, I was hedging and whoring. I don't know who I want to take on top, the 2 or the 10, and maybe a coin flip. But as Scotty has mentioned before, when you can't decide on 2 horses and you're in a contest format, always go with the higher price. Is that correct?
Absolutely, always.
Okay, so with that mentality, and I'm on the same page as you, Scotty, I'm going with the 2 over the 10. If I had 2 tickets, I probably won't. I'll probably just vie for the 1 today. I was going to use the 2, but I will, for real-time wagering, I'm on a 2-10 exact, a big time. And for a triple, I'm on 2-9-10.
So, okay, and David made a really good point. When you have a 2-year-old, first of all, you can't give them Lasix. So when you have a 2-year-old that's running decent and then has time off, especially if they've gone through the 2-year-old in training sales, they need a break. Like when we buy horses through the 2-year-old in training sales, we give them a break, take our time, let them be horses, and we bring them back later. I don't like to bring them back so quickly. Like I'll get a horse, like we just got a horse here in the Ocala sale. I mean, you won't see him run till probably December. Like, because we want to have a future with the horse and you have to stay patient. But that being said, as a 3-year-old, now they grow into themselves. They're not like goofy and gangly. They grow and they get better, and then they get Lasix as well. So you could be looking at that situation here with the 2-horse, no doubt about it. It's interesting at this first call, you've got 6 horses here. I mean, wow, like what's happening here? So to me, because I find this race really difficult, then I want to take a horse probably like the 1 horse, or maybe even the first time start of the 4 with Brad Cox and Manny Franco. The horse is fine on the turf. You know, it seems to fit here. It's a sprinter. Lamorna, Chuck's friend's horse. I mean, it's just, this horse broke from the rail last time out, barely lost by a head, breaking 11. I mean,
what post, terrible break. This horse was flying.
I mean, this horse is going to be finishing, no doubt about it. And I told you, it popped up on my email as a horse to watch. It's the top pick. The simulator likes the horse. It's a terrible breaker.
Yeah. 3 in a row. Got the triple. 3 in a row break. Bad break.
Bad break. Alvarado jumps aboard. You can't. The one thing you just definitely don't like is that I don't like, you know, now it's on the third different jockey. But that being said, Alvarado's, you know, Mott's guy, and you know, is this horse going to be able to get over its bad breaking? Interestingly enough, you can see that you know, this horse has a turf work last time out. I like that. I like that. Now, I with a good break, this horse is going to win this race. This is the best horse in the race. I think the 5 is average. The 5 has been the favorite in 2 races, and that's the 7, excuse me, and burn money. Here with this horse, it broke from the rail 2 back, broke 7th, got 3rd, and then it seems to need the lead for its best. There's a lot of speed. I don't know that this horse is going to get a great trip. Ortiz is aboard. I like to be honest with all the speed in the race. If the 1 just breaks decent, then the 1's going to win this race. But I like your 2. I really do like your 2, and there's nothing wrong with the 10 horse at 24%. It's a horse to watch. It broke bad as well, but I'm going to stick with the 1 horse. I really like this horse today, so I'm going to go 1.
Okay, yeah, I'm totally on the same page as you, Scotty, with the 1. I think the 1 is probably the most talented horse filly in the race, but I just can't get over the 3 breaks in a row. So would you be surprised the gate opens, this horse gets off slow again from the rail? No, I don't. So I won't take that chance, but I see your point, and it's a horse that if I'm playing horizontals at Equinedge today, I'm going to throw the 1 in. So it would be 1, 2, 9, 10 with my horizontal plays.
And I'm glad. Listen, I just re-looked at my notes. I love the 9 as well, Scarlet Puppy. I like the 5-2 on the EquinEdge morning line. The horse is training amazing. The Scarlet Puppy worked out against some of Ward's nicest horses, and on the dirt, and hung in there. And now is getting on the turf. And when you look at the breeding, this horse does not want dirt. This horse wants turf, and this horse is a sprinter. I'm sorry we didn't talk about this horse. I completely forgot about it. But this 9 horse Scarlet Poppy is a major player as well. And you might get 3 or 4 to 1 on this horse. And the EquinEdge morning line is 5-2. It's got a very good GSR of 68. In fact, it's the top GSR. You better not forget about this 9 horse. I know it doesn't have the horse finishing, but what I have seen a weakness in the simulator is when a horse doesn't run a good race in its very first race, it can be off sometimes. And that's what we're seeing here. I think you're going to see a way different race from this horse. First of all, I think they gave this horse the race. They went 8.5 furlongs. This horse is a sprinter. I mean, look at the GSR Plus grid. This is a sprinter. And on top of that, the GSR goes from 60 to 68, the win percentage from 4%. This horse got 4th against 11 other horses and was only 4% to do so. Faces similar, win percentage goes up, GSR goes way up. Second off, first off the layoff where Ward is 23%. At 28% with lifetime second start, this Ward is 28%. It's going to be a game time decision for me. I might do the 1 on one ticket and the 9 on the other, but this 9's going to run a big race. Watch it. Absolutely.
I agree. It's a must use in horizontals. And the thing is, too, this horse, she ran at Keeneland in a 12-horse maiden special weight field. That's a strong field, full field. And the first question I had was, Wesley Ward normally starts his turf horses out on sprints, right? Yeah. I guess, well, he didn't get this horse to the track as a 2-year-old. So as a 3-year-old, maybe there wasn't a spot at Keeneland. I'm assuming that was the case. So he's like, all right, let's get a race into her. This is probably not a winning spot. showed some speed, some good speed, and then stretching out there. And the cutback I like, but yeah, it's a must use. But again, it's a decision you have to make. It's like I just think there's a better price on the 2 than the 9 or the 10. But I mean, if this comes out 9, 10, 2, 1 or something in a superfecta, I'll be a happy man. So yeah, those are the 4 uses.
Strategically, I'm going to go with the 9. So I'm playing the 9 on both my tickets. The 1 horse, if I lose, I hope it's to the 1 or the 2. I obviously prefer the 2, but I do respect the 1. It is breaking from the rail, and it's the way it's been breaking. I'm going to take a chance and try to beat the 1, and I'm going to go with the 9, who I think is going to improve big time. So strategically, I'm going to go with the 9, and I will play an exacta box 9-1 for sure. And I might even throw your 2 in there. I actually think you're onto something. I'm just a little bit concerned about the horse's style and all the speed that's in the race, and the horse is on the inside. That would be my only concern. But who knows? Maybe they'll take the horse back and the horse will sit and then make a run, or maybe Davis will break this horse really good and maybe he'll even clear. Now it's a 3-year-old getting Lasix for the first time, so we'll see.
Okay, and Scotty, the second race at Aqueduct just went off.
Oh, it did. Okay, let's get out there.
We got the 6 with on the front end with the 2 along the rail, just easing to probably going to want to take the lead. It looks like a slow pace. Actually,
you have the 2 and I had the 4.
Right. So I got a 7-5. You have a 6-5. So
yeah. Looks like you can see the brakes. The 2's on the brake, 4's on the brakes. They both. I mean, this was a wide open race.
Yeah. Now, if the 2 from this position along the rail, taking a little pressure, it's fast. This is a fast pace. If the 2 holds on and the 6 holds on, at least for second or third, this may be a speed favoring track because the 4 is getting the trip here.
Well, we talked about the 6 horse. The simulator had the 6 not too far back in this
race.
Right,
and that's exactly how it went. Now, let's see what happens with the 2 who's got the lead. It looks like the 4 is going to go right by if he gets off the rail.
You're not catching the 2, I don't think.
No.
It's going to be really close between the 2 and the 4. The other horses are kind of leveling off, but I think
the 1's coming.
Yeah,
the 2's home.
Here.
The 2's absolutely home.
Yeah, good job. All right.
Okay. Now, see that also. Now it's likely that this was a truly run race, and the 2 after the scratch is by far the best horse. Right? It was up on a pace. The speed had a speed advantage over the 4. However, it's still I'm a little concerned with the first 2 races going wire to wire, basically, or first or second around the turn. That especially we had a speed ball. The 7 horse was 20-1. So it's still possible that we have a speed. I'm not going to say bias, but maybe speed favoring track.
Well, maybe that's something like you're saying that we have to consider here in this
going forward. Yeah, I think there's more turf races later. I think we got 1 more dirt race at Aqueduct, so I'll keep that in mind.
Why don't we look at race 7 then, since we're there and see? Oh, it's on turf anyways. All right, so but we're here. Let's go ahead and run the race, and we'll. I narrowed it down to these horses. Hopefully, one of the horses you like is within this group of 5. All
right. So here we go. We've got a 7th race at Aqueduct, 1 mile turf race, a maiden claimer, 40,000 for state breds. And here is where my Clement hex is ended. Okay. Clement's got 2 horses here. The challenge is which one does he get the job done with? So I'll go to the one the filly that I first thought was my prime play, and it still may continue. It's a decision that may be made right before post time of the prior race, which for the qualifier. But we've got an 8-horse here, Detonate. This horse ran first time at Aqueduct at a mile on the dirt February 9th. Now, you're asking, why did this horse, who's bred by Connect, not start on the turf? Well, there's no turf racing in New York in February. So this was an absolute prep race. You can basically call this race a workout. However, this horse was bet down to 3-1. Granted, it was a 6-horse field. Didn't look like the strongest filly New York State bred maiden special weight. Now, they drop it down from a maiden special to a 40, acknowledging probably the proper spot. Okay, so first time turf, blinkers on, drops down, Dylan Davis. Angles for me, acceptable play. So let's also go now to his other entry, Rose Summer, this 6-horse. Now, this horse is bred out of Matoli, who, again, even Detonate, the turf breeding, what do we have as a GSR, Scotty? I just, to me, these are not the best bred turf horses, either one of them. But as I went through the field, I don't think there's any really strong breeding here for turf that's going to blow me away, right?
No, let's see here. Well, yeah, there is. The 6-horse, the other Clement horse,
is
and the 3-horse. Those two are very good, but we already know who the 3-horse is. It's clearly not to its breeding, although the GSR is going back up. But it's had high numbers and still not run good. But it's not done it at this level. It's dropping in. It did drop last time out, but that was a 63 GSR. It didn't run good at all. Today it goes up 10 points in GSR. The 3 does, and then from 11% to 32, and from a 50 SOR to a 44. I mean, those are all things you're looking for in a horse that's going to improve, and it's the EquinEdge second pick. That being said, I don't think I love it very much because it's just burned so much money. But the 6-horse has got an 81 GSR. But look, in the first 2 races, it did have that GSR. I would imagine they paid a pretty penny for this horse because the breeding is just incredible. But I just think this horse has its issues, I did look at this horse as well and consider it.
Yeah, as far it looks like the 6, I looked into that. This horse, she was purchased at the Saratoga 22 sale, the yearling sale, $160K. So for a New York bred, that's a nice price. Yeah, so this horse is a big contender. The first race, it was at Tampa at a mile. Clement had a circuit down there, a bunch of horses. So the horse ran kind of evenly, but I give any first-time starter 1 race. Then comes back, it's Belmont Stakes Festival weekend, right? So this horse is entered for a turf race, right? This horse probably in that race would have been one of the prime contenders, even off that race. This race was taken off the turf. That was a rainy Sunday, and this is not meant for dirt and a muddy track. This horse had no speed and just didn't run at all. So throw that race out, back to the turf. Franco back aboard. So it's a decision. So when I first analyzed the race, I wanted one of the drop downs from maiden special to 40. So there's a bunch of them. You got 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, even the 3. However, the 3 had dropped down from a maiden special weight to a 40 claimer, but on a different surface. Yeah. That was also the same mud race at Saratoga. So it's a wide open race. I don't know what's going to happen here, to be honest with you, but I just think if I'm going to, and again, the 4-horse is dangerous. So speed, going a distance and cuts back. That's usually an angle for me, and then drops back to the 40. So I just think this is a good spot for Clement horses. And I'm going to go with the angle. I'm going to take a guess that the 8's she's going to be just as good as a 6, but it's either 8, 6, 6, 8 for me. Probably go with the 8 because it's a higher price, and in my horizontals, I'm just going to go with a 6, 8.
I love the 4-horse here, Miss Lau. I mean, This horse broke from the 12 hole against state bred maiden special weights on the turf first time. from the 12 hole and had the lead and only lost by 5 lengths. Horses, most of the time, first of all, this horse was sprinting in the first 4 races, and then you go on turf for the first time, and that often is an experience. Most of the time, horses improve second time, and the horse is facing an easier group of horses. It goes from 16% to 30%, and it drops in for a tag, and the GSR goes from 55 to 61. I think the 4 horse is gone in this race.
Yeah, no, that's a solid play, because that would be my third choice. But I'm going to be on the Clement train today. I've got to break this thing.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, because you're giving me a way better chance of winning with this 4. So thank you for that.
Okay. And what I do like about your selection, again, this horse had blinkers on after the layoff on April 6th on the dirt against a pretty decent maiden special weight field, and then showed with the blinkers on, stretching out from the 12 post. I guess Lascano figured the only way he's got a shot is from that post is to gun out to the lead, right? Yeah. So I don't think that same approach is going to be with Alvarado. I think he'll probably rate this horse, and it drops down to 40 at a proper spot. But and again, you could say, well, if they had confidence in that horse, wouldn't they just keep it in a maiden special weight? Not necessarily. It's they probably know this horse's ability, and they're hopeful with that race that this is the proper spot. So,
agreed. Yep, I think this is the horse to beat. Although on paper, this is a wide open race, and all right, race number 8 at Belmont. So that's going to be the 7th leg of the 10 race series, and in this race. Let's run it.
Now, we do have a scratch here that may be missing.
The 3 is scratched.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Blue plate.
3 is scratched.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad Blue Plate Special is scratched. That horse beat me at a race that I was alive for a major score.
All right, so you can see the closers in the race seem like the 2 and the 4. You can see the blue arrows, and the 1A wins the race in the simulator. The 1 is the fastest horse in the race. You can see that, and by a lot. And although the race simulator has it slowing up, it might not ever slow up. But these horses are going to go off at 7 to 5. They look like major players, no doubt about it. But I decided to go with the 4 horse Rider Special. Off the claim for Rob Atras. I mean, the horse was claimed for 50,000 and for 25,000 now, facing much easier. Win percentage goes up. Is good as the one and I love droppers in situations like this. This horse is racing in a non-winners of 3 lifetime race. The 4 horse. It's getting much easier in here. The win percentages aren't giving it enough love. I'm on the 4.
Yeah, that's an interesting pick, Scotty, because I originally looked at this horse, and here's my first concern would be from a handicapping angle is that this horse, hasn't been out since November. So does this horse need a race coming back to New York? The other concern is claiming for 50 and dropping in for 25. Now, I understand this is a $40,000 purse. So even if they get the win, that's 60%. So you got your 24,000 there, and then you'll get, if somebody claims, then you'll get the 25. So you'll break even. Are they looking just to maybe it was a bad claim? So I have to tell you, I'm not a big fan of claimed and then lay off and then drop down. But this horse did pique my interest because I think this horse has been racing against a lot better quality horse overall. But I'll give that horse a race. He's interesting to me. I think the one now with Ray Handel's barn being on, they're more than heating up now. I think you can say that they're on fire, and this horse can easily go wire to wire. Now, it's a speed favor. Is it a speed favoring track? Then this horse wins. But the horse I'm trying to make here for a little bit of value, Scotty, is the 5 12th man. And I do understand this horse is only 2 for 23 lifetime. This horse had been racing against higher quality horses, strictly allowance races, tough fields. This horse has had some races where he's closed in, and finished a second or a third, been on the New York circuit exclusively. So let's look back like at the recent history. We have the layoff from October to April. So, and then drops down to a 25. So to me, this horse now, they're acknowledging this horse is 7 years old. Let's put it into its proper spot. Yeah. So give that horse a race. Then comes back at the same level, 6.5 furlongs on a good track, and was bet odds on and failed to fire. Finished second. But to me, that horse should have won the race. I'm hoping that that race was just not the horse's best performance, that this horse maybe prefers a dry track, even though it was won on an off track. I don't know. But I think third race off a layoff, there may be some room for improvement. This horse is going to stalk the pace. And I think this is the horse, the only shot to run down the Speedball, the one quick hammer. So I'm going to go 5-1. If I had a second ticket, I'd be 1-5. I think this, to me, this looks like a 2-horse race, considering that I have questions about the 4. But the 4 was an interesting horse, so it's funny that you have that as your top pick, because I was swaying back and forth on it because he's a little sneaky to me. I agree.
So Romero Ramage has already won a race today, and the thing I don't like about the 5, I know first of all it's 31%. It's the EquinEdge long shot. So even though I can look at a horse all day long, like there's the algorithms just know but I will try to beat this horse today. Although I'm obviously going to root for you, but if I'm practically looking at this horse, obviously I don't like 2 wins in 23 races, 7 second place finishes. But when this horse dropped, it was 25% to win. And what I don't like is when you look at the stretch, David, the horse is a length and a half back, and then loses by 2. And the next race, same level, was 44% to win. The GSR goes up 80 cents on the dollar, was 3 lengths back, and then loses by 5 1/4 lengths. I just don't like that. But the horse is 31%. It's the EquinEdge long shot. I'm going to try to beat the 101A because I just am. I think the 1A is the horse to beat. I don't like the 1. I don't think it's classy enough. It was losing ground against easier. I think it's going to get the lead and it's going to slow up. But that also will help the 4. And the reason why I decided to use the 4, first of all, the 1, they're going to go off at low odds. And that is, if you look at the first call, and that's to the 1 horse who I think is going to stop. The 4 horse is only 2 lengths back. And the reason is because this is a classy horse. It's been facing much better. And so if the horse is doing good, it's going to be closer to the pace. I'm on the 4-horse rider special. So Scotty with the 4.
Right. And I see your point. The only other thing I'll say, I'm concerned about the 5 losing at odds on last time out and losing ground, but that was a very slow pace. They went 23 for the first quarter at 6.5. This horse is never off the board at the distance. 1 first, 2 places, 1 third at 6 tries, even though it's 1 for 16 and 2 for 23 lifetime, which is really not my cup of tea, as they say. But keep in mind that that's in the class level he was racing at most of his career as a 7-year-old. Into $25,000 claimers, not only as a 3, he's got a 3rd and a 2nd. So I think now he's at his proper class level. I think he'll be closer to the pace today. But he's got to stay close to the pace to have any chance, in my mind.
Toscano claimed this horse off of Potts last time out for $14,002. And I think although the horse only has 2 wins in 29 races, we're looking at what looks to be a rough race. 11 second place finishes for this horse. This horse always tries. Look, 4 straight second place finishes. And I think we're looking probably at, this is a horse you have to use. But when you look at the race simulator, look, this horse is closing. Look at the close on that horse. So this is but I think we're looking at another second place finish.
Man, this horse has seconditis, huh?
It sure does. But this could be a good vertical play. I don't know if it's going to get there. Maybe the new trainer, Toscano, can get this horse there. Franco jumps aboard. They're 0 for 4 jockey trainer combination. I really do think, though, the horse to beat in this race. I mean, look, this horse, it was a restricted race. Don't get me wrong, over at Monmouth, but it was. I mean, the 1A Magnificent Mile, who's the top EquinEdge pick. I mean, this looks like a major player. It's tactical. I mean, he's tactical. Probably the horse to beat. If the race fell apart, 2 could get there, and same with your horse, the 5 horse. I mean, I actually like the 2 horse better than the 5, and I really like the way the 2's closing, and it could save ground from the inside and come on. There's a part of me only because of the odds that wants to use this horse. Maybe I'll do a 4. Maybe on one I'll do a 4, and maybe on the other one I'll do a 2. That might not be a bad idea here in this 8th race. Actually, yeah, I think I'm going to do the 2 horse on one of the races.
Right. And if you use the 2, at the least, you're going to get an effort, right? This horse always gets an effort. I mean, the worst race this horse has run in the last couple of months is March 21st with a 5th, and that's still a pretty decent race. This horse has seconditis, though. It's so clear. Lifetime, 2 wins out of 39 starts, 11 seconds. At Aqueduct, 20 starts, 1 win, 8 seconds. So this horse loves to run second. So seconditis. So if you want to use this horse underneath, it's probably better recommended. But on its best day, my concern is this horse is running for 14. And most of these horses have never gone that low. So I'm not sure if this horse is going to class up. But you probably give an effort. This horse is probably going to run, close to the board, if not second, third, fourth. You'll probably give you a good effort.
All right. So,
Scotty, we have Monmouth, I believe, about 1 minute to post. Let me pop up my feed here.
It's usually they run a little bit behind.
Yeah, they run late. They're almost like Gulfstream these days. Especially on a Friday afternoon with people, leaving work early to go down to the shore. Actually, this would have been a good day. It's a beautiful day up here in the Northeast. 70s, no humidity.
Okay, so the next one we should cover, and we'll go to Monmouth, but we should get ready to go to Belmont race number 9. But in the feeder, we got the. Okay, so we got Monmouth Park. Let's get out to it. Here we go. And David, you've got the 2, and I had the 6. I thought there could be some speed in here, and I thought the 6 horse was a closer. It is 6-1 right now. I don't think. If you look 1, 2, and 4, none of them are really taking a ton of action. The simulator has the 2 winning, and it might very well do that. But the way this is setting up, you could see the 6 and the 8 closing late and winning, and one of them winning the race.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's sort of a wide open race. But before they load in, I just wanted to go over the leaderboard in the feeder because we have an interesting thing.
Okay.
We have an former NHC champ on top of the feeder, Stanley Bavlish. And if you have never met Stanley, he's a hell of a guy.
Oh, really?
Really, really friendly guy. I actually, at my first NHC, I spoke to him for a good half hour at an adult, drinking a couple of adult beverages at the casino, and really a nice guy. And he gave me some insight. And I have to tell you, I was like a sponge. Everybody I could talk to when I first started playing this, I remember being at tournaments and speaking to NHC champs and just like absorbing how they approached it. And then everybody was a little different. So the more that you can learn from other handicappers, and it's very helpful. Don't be afraid to ask questions. You see me at the NHC this March coming up, and if you want to ask me a question, feel free to come over to the table. Unless it's the final table, then I don't take any questions. So if I'm in there, but
right.
Yeah. So Stanley's on top, and so there's a big disparity between whoever had the contestants that had the 7 horse in the first race. But so you get 36 qualifiers. I'm actually 52nd, with the only winner was the second race, this 2 horse at Aqueduct. So you didn't necessarily have to have the 7 horse to make it into the qualifier.
Okay. They're circling around the gate for this first race, the opener at Monmouth Park. I think the way I'm going to play this, I'm going to bet this vertically right now. I think I'm going to bet the 6 to win and then do a 1, 2, 4, 8 exacta to the 6 horse. I think that's the way I want to play that. Okay, late scratch. So the layoff horse, the 4,
Run. So here's the situation.
Is scratched out of the race.
The late scratch of number 4, Run Corey Run. If you had number 4, Run Corey Run,
late scratch there, you can see. Look, the system picked that up immediately. At least the scratches did. You might need to refresh and see if it takes the 4 out. It might be too soon. Yeah, but. So like 1, 2, 8 with 6 exacta maybe. That doesn't affect you though, David, right? Because you had the 2 anyways.
No, yeah, I had the 2. Yeah.
Oh, the 4 ran off. Oh, okay.
Oh, the 4 ran off. Yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah. Thanks, Craig.
So I'm gonna do an exacta 1, 2, 8 with the 6. And then I'm going to bet the 6 to win. Okay, you're a braver man than me. Yeah, on $7,500 claimer. Yeah. I just so to disclose what I did here, I just put a win wager on the 2. I prefer it before the scratch of the 4, but I'm not taking it off the board at this point. All right, let's see here. So they're going to go back to the gate here.
Oh, maybe I'll play 2-5 double. Good idea. Will I get it in?
And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for race
number 1. I'll be right back, David.
Sure.
Hearts beat like thunder to the inside post, the first one to come up.
Okay. So they're loading in for the first at Monmouth. That's for 2 p.m. first post time on Friday. And I decided, besides having the 2 in the feeder, because the 4 was scratched, my win bet's not giving me enough value at 3 to 2. So I just played a double, 2-5.
2 back, LD Leo.
Good luck, everybody.
The outside post, Code Enforcer to round out the field. Here's Code Enforcer. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Gonna be epic. Stumbled coming out of there after a couple strides. Code Enforcer was close in the first 16th of a mile.
It looks like my 6 stumbled, huh? And look, we talked about a speed duel. It's exactly what's going on.
Position. Code Enforcer back in third with McMagic. LD Leo next in the second last spot. And going to be epic. The gray horse takes a spot at the back of the pack on the rail, about 5 lengths off Hearts Beat Like Thunder, who leads the way at a slow gallop here. Hearts Beat Like Thunder with everything his own way on the lead.
We figured it'd be 1 and a 2 second.
Right? So here we go. Blues in the second spot. Then the pair of McMagic inside of Code Enforcer. LD Leo between that pair as they swing up the
Mike's got the 2-8.
And a half. They're going to be Magic, who's at the back still with 5 furlongs to go. Hearts Beat Like Thunder still on top, 3/4 of a length. Cumberland Blues was close to him, but now he's taken back to second as Hearts Beat Like Thunder lets it out a notch, opens up a length and a half. Cumberland Blues in the second spot. McMagic shaking
I wish the 6 wouldn't have broke so bad. It's probably going to level off, but it seems to have some horse. But it's hard to have a break like that. You're going to level off usually.
Hearts Beat Like Thunder now sent the
all right, you're on the 2, right, David?
Yeah.
All right, come on, 2. And Cumberland Blues, who's keeping tabs with that rival. Hearts Beat Like Thunder down on the inside, just a half length back, but he's lost the lead to this point. Top of the stretch. Outside, it's Code Enforcer with the head in front. Cumberland Blues trying to move with him.
Come on, 2, come back.
Third to the rail, then LD Leo.
No, you got a big price against me here.
Code Enforcer. He's a nose in.
Lose
Cumberland Blues coming back at him from the inside. Code Enforcer.
Come on, 2. Nah, he's got the momentum.
Code Enforcer out
finishes Cumberland Blues to score.
So you had the exacta?
Leo is third. Hearts beat like thunder.
No, I had the 6 had to be second or third.
Right, gotcha.
But we had talked about the 8. You know, I had a choice between the 6 and the 8, and I chose wrong. I chose the 6, but I really did like the 8 as well.
Right. And we've addressed this issue a number of times with contests that you normally want to go with a longer price horse if you like the 2 of them. So you had a 9-2 and a 5-1, basically the same thing. So yeah, and I got beat on an 8-5 shot, which is normally not my play. But I think what happens with me is the scratch, because if this scratch was early, I may have gone off the 2 because it would have been too low for me. But I'm not sure I would have used that code enforcer.
You know, my determining factor in going with the 6 over the 8. Now, the 6 did stumble, but that being said, was the SOR. But you always have a decision to make. So you can see the 8 horse here has a 42 and a 40 SOR in the last couple of races. But look, I mean, the horse ran against those horses, whereas the 6 horse was facing much tougher, but didn't finish against those horses. So that's always a decision that you have to try to make there. The other thing is, and I normally will go the other way, 22 for 25 is not good, where at least this horse is not like a proven loser yet completely, right? 1 win, 12 races. You know, it's right. It's not lightly raced, but it's 12 races compared to 25. So
correct.
You know what I mean? So in retrospect, I mean, it's easy to say after the fact, I didn't make a good decision, but we saw this. We thought that maybe, and they didn't go very fast, to be honest with you, but you can see and I chose the 6. The 8 actually was only 1.79 lengths back compared to 2.75 for the 6. So I mean, that was the 8 horse is a good play.
Yeah, and it kind of takes the steam out of one of my angles here. Maybe it's getting to the time of year where it's changing. This is the winner. Code enforcer is a 3-year-old against mostly older horses. So it gets to some point in the years, in June, July, August. I usually like to wait till July, August, September before the 3-year-olds can effectively compete against older. But we had 2 3-year-old winners today against older. So it's time to make the change.
All right, David,
that's enough.
Your horse is on the lead at Belmont. Your horse is on the lead at Belmont. I'm mired on the rail. I have the 5. Who's like, for me, what I'm seeing right now, I mean, the 6, you can see that the head is up high with the 6, not really a very relaxed horse, which costs the horse late. The 5's got a lot of horse. And I think
what happened?
It's you and me down the stretch again, David. We're picking good today. I think I got you on this one, unfortunately. I don't
No, I have the 2. I have the 2, Scotty.
Oh, you have the 2. Oh, I thought you had the 6. Come on,
I'm not going to get there.
Get up. Get second at least. Get up. Yeah, second at least. All right.
Okay. Yeah, I decided to hold it. Let me check my ticket. I think I took the 2 over the 6 because we talked about it. You always try to go with the higher priced horse, right?
Yeah.
Let's see my entries.
I thought you liked the 1 second. I didn't think you used the 2, but maybe I wrote that wrong.
No, I have Snowy Evening. Yep, I have the 2. So I got 2 places on Cumberland Blues and Snowy Evening. So if I can get Homeschool or Barnstorming to hit the board, and maybe okay, but we'll see how that goes.
Okay, so you did use the 2. Good call on that. And yes. I mean, talk about improving. I mean, on the drop, well, you can see too. Oh, you made a really good case for this horse in retrospect. And in retrospect, look too, 4 back, the horse faced a 58 group. We talked about that. Won the race, similar to today, and then had a bunch of trouble. 4 to 5 wide here, then goes on the shelf and faced a 66 group and didn't run very good at 13 to 1, and then had trouble here and broke last or 10th of 12 horses. So let's see here. Found and fixed some bugs we found. We are hopeful it will either be this one or the next one. Looks like we're really close to releasing the simulator. So crossing my fingers, everybody. Let's see.
Oh, good pick, Scotty. That was your horse on top, the 5.
Yeah, I like the 5. It's 27%. It was 5 to 2 E morning line, top EquinEdge pick, and it looked. I mean, it looked really good too. We'll look at it closer. We knew the 6 was going to be on the lead. The problem with a horse like the 6 is, even when it's on the lead, I mean, this is why a horse like this can't come from behind. Even when it's on the lead, its head is always up. They don't relax. Yeah. And that makes it really tough for when a horse is exerting that kind of energy. It makes it tough for a horse to run good. I'm sure they've done it before, but like for me, I would take the blinkers off and see if we can get the horse to relax a little bit. Needs a lead. I'm going to put a note on this horse too. Doesn't relax very well.
Yeah, and he's had a bunch of different jockeys. And again, then you're dealing with Luis Rivera against Trevor McCarthy, Dylan Davis, and Irad Ortiz. The one didn't run well at all. So to me, the one's not a turf horse. But yeah, good pick. And like I said, Trevor's been riding. He's heating up, and the confidence is a big thing. That was a really nice ride. And I just missed on the closer. Okay, so I made the right pick.
On that note, too, now that's 2 back-to-back wins for Trevor for Trombetto. So that's 2 for 2 since Trombetto's taken over. Clearly, that's 3 straight wins for this horse. So this 4-year-old filly's in really good form right now, and that's 4 wins in 2 seconds in 11 lifetime races. But I think, for the last month, you and I have been playing against Trevor, but maybe Trevor's turning things around right now. Maybe it's time to get on that bandwagon a little bit.
Absolutely. I look for a hot barn, hot jock. And the issue, I never had an issue with Trevor McCarthy, but it just seems like he prefers to ride closers. So if I'm on Trevor on a speedball, I'm not usually, sometimes I've seen some rides where he's a little further back than I would hope. But no knock against. I mean, he's a really, really good rider. It's just that it's like human nature. We get into slumps as horse players. In baseball, you can do the analogy that hitters get hot and cold. They get streaky. They get into a slump. Same thing with jockey. And there's a lot up here. It's mental. In going to tournaments, going to NHC, you can easily get down on yourself. You got to be a tough nut to be a jockey to begin with. So, and you don't know what's going on in their personal life either, So, but you want to jump on the jock when he's heating up and riding well.
Brian Hernandez Jr. has been riding on fire of late. I'm trying to find him over at Churchill Downs. Doesn't seem to be riding today. Oh, there he is. He's on the 2-horse. But you might want to watch Brian Hernandez. I've got Brian. From what I can see, Brian Hernandez is winning at 43%. So he's won like 7 of his last 16 races. Actually, he's in race number 9, actually. So maybe, let's see. So Brian is aboard who? Let me look here. Oh, the horse was scratched, the 9-horse. That's why I can't find him.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, but he's been on fire, so you might want to watch him carefully. He's won 7 of his last 16 races, so Brian is doing well. Okay, so the next race for us that we want to cover, why don't we just cover Belmont race number 9? How's that sound?
That sounds good to me, Scotty.
Okay, all right. So
all right. Run the simulator, because I hope that everybody's sitting down for this one after I start my analysis, because you're probably not going to believe it.
Okay. We're in trouble.
You are absolutely in trouble.
Okay. All right. Looks like, only 2 horses that have any speed, the 7 and the 5. And the 5 started backing up quickly. The 5 is 16% to win, but 12 to 1 on the EquinEdge morning line. Oh, but it looks like it comes back. So we have to look at these horses' styles. And because the 5 is the EquinEdge top pick, I just by watching this race can tell you I'm going to play against these favorites. There are a lot of horses closing. I'm not surprised to see all those blue arrows, considering it's on the turf. I mean, this is what you often see as a blanket finish with horses closing. Let's look at the rail. The rail is 24 feet out. All right. Okay, go for it.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to give you a great scenario here. I know it's great, but it's a scenario that helped me in contests. So one of the problems I always had with playing live money tournaments, I know, Scotty, I will acknowledge you're a better live money tourney player. You probably have more experience at it, but you definitely have your strategies right on target. But I never wanted a live money race, which a lot of cases do, as you know, come down to the last race in the contest. And I've been in this scenario before at Saratoga, at Belmont, where I don't want a race of my bankroll and the contest results coming down to the last race where I'm forced to play a race that's totally inscrutable, where I have no clue and no confidence on any horse in the race. I just won't do it. If I was in 4th or 5th place and I needed 1st or 2nd to get an NHC seat and maybe a $50,000 purse, I will apply some of that money. I won't go all in a race. And this is the key. This is a typical race at NYRA that you have a contest riding on. So I would also look at this race, though, and say, if I was at the NHC and this race was on the card, this was an NHC day, this is absolutely an NHC optional race. And the reason is, Scotty made a great point. There's holes in these favorites, and this has a potential for a long shot and chaos, okay, in my opinion. Now, I've said that before on certain races, and it came out, the chalks are 1, 2, 3, but I don't see that scenario here. So I am just looking for a long shot. And if everybody's sitting down, and I told a friend of mine earlier, he says, who do you like in that last race? He says, I'm playing a pick 6. I can't figure it out. I'm like, don't play a pick 6, play something else, or unless you're going to wheel the race, it's impossible. So in that case, we look for long shots. So the first horse that came up is only morning line 6-1, and a horse that I think has a shot because of an angle. And that's Judge Rules, the 8 horse. That's Rudy Rodriguez. This horse had never started on the turf until May 25th at Aqueduct. This horse is a Tappet, the turf breeding. I got to look at the GSR, but on the surface, it looks like it's got okay turf breeding. Stays at 40,000 here. The issue is, and the angle is, this horse had the 12 post last time out and never really ran. And this was Pratt on this horse. And, just really never lifted a hook, but it was bet down to 5-1. Now comes back, first time gelding. So there's an angle. So that's the first angle. 12 post is 2 angles. 12 post, disadvantageous post at 2 turns at that course. Now first time gelding. So I would give this horse a shot. But as I'm going through the race, it's like, do I really want only 6-1, even though I think we might get 8-1 or so? So then I looked at this horse. That's why I'm hoping everybody's sitting down, because when I told a friend who I would play here, he says, this is exact words, you need a checkup from the neck up. He says, you're not going to give that on the show today. I said, yes, I am. Because I got burnt a couple of weeks ago by not giving out a Bond horse, first time starter at 28-1. The week before, I told Justin on the show that, Bond's dangerous first time out, more at Saratoga, but he can win first time out, but I'm not selecting that horse. And the horse won easy. So here we go. It's the 6, Poderi. All right. Now, you'd say, based on the surface, and I agree with you, this horse can't run. This horse absolutely can't run. He's got a 5th, an 8th, and a 7th. He's lost by 23 lengths. Is that 40 lengths, 34 lengths, and 18 lengths? So this horse can't run, right? Yeah, throw him out. But when you look at it again, look at the first race. He ran against a pretty decent field on October 23rd as a 2-year-old, right? And didn't lift a hub. Off beat slow. Now, that's not unusual for Bond. Bond usually doesn't win with first-time starters. Throw that race out. Stretches this horse out, and I will admit, in a maiden special weight, November 17th, this horse really didn't have any excuse. But the horse was eased in this race. So obviously there's an issue. Bond gets this horse right, off a layoff, comes back, and on the surface, Didn't lift a hoof again, right? Well, not exactly. This horse stopped, but for the first time in its career, this horse showed a little bit of positional speed. This horse was out. And in second by head, this was a pretty fast race. And the key is, what are we talking about here? 2-year-old to 3-year-old? Lasix. First time Lasix, the horse showed improved speed. On June 10th, this horse had a good workout at 36 and change. So I think this horse may be sitting on an improved race. You're going to get a huge price, and I know it's a bomb. But if this horse hits first or second, you're going to hear me yell boom. So I'm just on the 6 and the 8 here. I know it's illogical, but sometimes you got to go with your gut. So it's 6-8 for me, Scotty. This is my only long shot of the day. So
okay, all right. You never know. I mean, first of all, initially when I see the GSR, my first reaction is it's a 41 GSR. It's got the lowest GSR. There's no shot. But the GSRs aren't really that great in this race. I will say this: they're the most accurate going 2 turns on the turf. Anybody that's been using EquinEdge knows that. And so it's hard for me to see that. Now, that being said, what's interesting about the 5 is it's 12-1 on the EquinEdge morning line. The 3 horse is 5-2 on the EquinEdge morning line, 24%, but the GSR is dropping from 54 to 44. So now, on paper, this horse is going to get bet. But, listen, I'm playing a GSR horse. So for sure, I'll take the GSR over win percentage a lot of times when on 2 turns on the turf. I think this is the race you should be taking Clement. The horse broke 11th last time out. And because you're not taking Clement, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, and I will tell you, if there's a Clement horse in a race, I don't take him. I would advise you strongly to take that horse, because I got beat last week too by another Clement, and I used 2 other Clements on the day.
Yeah, 100%. And the reason I'm not using the 5 horse, even though it's the top pick, is because there is a lot of speed in here, and the 7 is fast as well, and 7's going to go to lead, and I think the 7 and 5 are going to duel, which means that somebody coming from behind is going to win. So could be the 8. Look at the 8. I mean, you mentioned the 8.
Yes, that's my second pick.
I don't like it, but it's only a length that it's 1.41 lengths behind. It's not. I mean, now if the 5 and 7 stop, like I think they will, you go like this. Now look, the race is super interesting. Now it has the 8 winning the race, right, over the 4 and 3. Wow, what a tough race this is. Here's the thing, though. You have to play defensively in this race. You have to, because you can't take a favorite in here. Not in a race like this. You have to go take a price and be right. A lot of times what I'll do, David, I'll sort the morning line. You kind of look and then look at the look at the odds, like are the win percentage. I mean, the 1 horse, Charming Jim, he's interesting. Could you make a case for that horse?
Oh, yeah. I guess, don't get me wrong. You can make a case here for like 5 or 6 horses. I can make a case for the 3, Woo Hop, and a horse first time turf. I'm not crazy about the breeding for turf, but it's not bad. Mott first time turf, but 40,000 claimer. This to me. Let me ask you a question, Scotty. Yeah. Hypothetically, if you were at the NHC with me and this was an optional race, would you pick this race as an optional to use a long shot?
No.
Okay, right. To me, this is an NHC race.
Really?
For a long shot, yep.
Well, for a long shot it is. No, I agree with that, but I don't love anything. If I liked something, then yeah, of course.
I know, but sometimes when you have that many plays on the day, I've approached it that way.
Yeah.
Saying
we lose you. There you go. We got you back,
Scotty. I told you I had a backup laptop. Just give me a second. I apologize. That went quicker. That battery life went quicker than I thought. I got to get a new charger today. So let me just switch my position. I'll be with you folks in a second.
That's okay. You're good. Doug, the race simulator, we're hoping is going to be released any minute. In fact, this is Brad. is built so far past the other builds. We have a few more things to test, but we are close to merging to prod. So we are very close. Like it could be within the next half hour to an hour, most likely will be that we're going to release the race simulator. Dave, I would love anybody's opinion in here. Does anybody have a strong opinion in here?
Yeah, let's get some audience participation. Yeah. We're stuck.
Yeah, no, I listen, I don't have a strong opinion, so I'm certainly interested in what people have to say. Or like, look at the 10 horse. The 10 horse is 2 lengths from the finish if you throw out the 5 and the 7. And look, it's 8-1 on the EquinEdge morning line. Why is this horse 8-1 on the EquinEdge morning line? These aren't big time connections. It's got 2 seconds and 2/3. Could this horse be the long shot? Look, it didn't run right. I mean, this is not. First of all, look at the trouble this horse has had in the last couple of races.
And you're a Cali guy, so you remember Frank Conversation. Frank Conversation raced primarily on the West Coast. That was a game. Frank Conversation was a game turf horse. I believe that was Doug O'Neill, right? I think for a while.
I believe it was. Yeah, I believe it was. Now the breeding, the turf breeding is atrocious, but it's not really good for all these horses. You know, logically, it really does look like the 4 horse is, in my opinion, is the horse to beat. But I'm telling, if you could be out of the tournament if you don't pick the right. To me, these are the most dangerous races of the entire. When you get 2 or 3 horses where one of the favorites is going to win 3-1, 4-1, you can still hang in there. But if you lose and a 15 or 20-1 shot horse wins, you're screwed.
Right. And I'll take the chance that even if the 4 wins the race, and I think the 4 and the 3 have big shots. Those would be my other picks here. I think Charming Jim's got a shot. I don't love his last couple races. So it'd probably be 3, 4, 5 with the logical horses. But if my 6 happens to run second, it's most likely a cap at $22. So I'll take that risk here. This in a wide open race where in a lot of cases the trip will determine the outcome. I just think that I know the barn pretty well. And, they are, again, key on Saratoga, but this is their time of year. This is when the barn starts getting hot. And I just have a feeling that this horse is got more ability than what it's shown. I could be wrong, but I'll take one shot because if this horse does run a decent race, you're never going to get 20 or 25-1 on this horse again. So this is a race I'll reach out, but I will advise that I wouldn't bet your milk money on this horse. It's a long shot in the dark, but many times some of these horses step up and run big. And for contest purposes, I don't have an issue, reaching out and using this horse.
Now, what about speaking of Trevor McCarthy? I mean, he's on the 1 horse. Please make a case for me on the 1 going on the turf. This horse really hasn't done anything in 7 tries with 2 third-place finishes. Can you make a case for this horse?
Yeah. Now this horse
look who it is. It's Hennigan McCarthy.
Yeah. 0 for 17 now, 1 for 18 at the meet. But I guess I misjudged this horse right off the bat in retrospect because I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh, I hate its last 2 races and that didn't lift a hoof. But those were races carded originally for the turf, both taken off the turf, and this horse didn't run a step in either race, and he was bet 5-1 the last 2 back. So you can throw those races out. This is a turf race. This has absolutely nothing to do with the dirt form. The concern I have, Scott, is this horse was at the maiden 30 level, even on the dirt. So I don't know how good this horse is. This horse has had 2 races on the turf, a maiden 40 that closed a ton to get off 3rd off a slow break, showed some speed against a maiden special weight race and finished 9th. But I will say this, that on its best day, this horse can be a factor. There's no doubt because this is a weak field.
Who do you have in this race, David?
To the 3rd position, give it a go alongside of
Monmouth Park, race number 2.
Oh, the 5, homeschool. I got a decent long shot. I was dead last, but I need this horse to. at least finish second, have any chance.
Top by just a neck. Affy Kid right there to the outside. Predicted a lot closer now. Shown more rain. Is now third, a length off the lead down the backstretch. Candy Kingdom racing inside of him. Give it a go. Now between horses. Namesake only 2.5 lengths off.
Now, there's a lot of horses, right? This horse
even though it's not a fast,
I don't know. Like he's got horse.
Even though it's not a fast pace, it's a contested pace, and sometimes that works well too.
He's leveling off now.
Yeah, I don't think
your
favorite looks. Hopefully, yeah. I mean, the two favorites are going to be first and second. It looks like the three at 30-1
with a quarter mile more
coming with some interest, but not really. It's going to be your two favorites, which is good for you.
Big run, and he's up to take the lead away.
You don't want this 3-horse to get second.
Affy Kid alone in third, and then comes Give It a Go, about to pass him. Furlong to
Come
go.
on, Seven, stay up for a second.
Has gone on to open up the lead to 2. Now it's 2.5, and Namesake and Samuel Marin are going to win it. Namesake for Mario Saray Jr. wins it over Predicted.
That was the horse the simulator had closing so well. That was the horse I liked. We had talked about
65. Yeah, named a logical horse. I reached out for a price here and I was wrong, but even though it was a contested pace, it wasn't a fast pace. My 5-horse would have needed a much more contested pace.
Yeah, look, you can see we had talked about this. It was pretty impressive how the 6 was closing, and we saw that 6 won very easily. Right here, you can see, like, really look at the numbers. Like, this horse is making up a lot of ground right here. The 1 and 2 and 7 were horses that were going to be on the lead and dueling, and then here comes the 6 horse. Just wow, right there, finishing nicely, and that's exactly what just happened here. So, all right, so 6 horse Namesake wins the race. There is one more race number 4 at the Big A. So that's coming up in 5 minutes from now. We'll play the audio for you there. Okay, so to finish off here, Belmont race number 9 in a very tough race. I'm going to play. I have 2 entries. I'm going to play defensively. I'll run this one more time. What's up, Catherine?
Hey, Catherine.
A lot of late money dropping from 3-1 to 6-5. Yeah, big time. Same to you, Catherine. Airbnb is very busy. Look at this 8. Look at the 8 closing right now. Now, that's if the 5 and 7 stop. So maybe this is the horse. You mentioned this horse earlier. You know what I didn't like about this horse? And maybe I need to get over it. You mentioned the 8 horse Judge Rules breaking from the 12 hole last time out, broke 9th, and you like this. What I didn't like is, look, I mean, this is a dirt horse. It's dropping from a 73 to a 48. I mean, Tappets have never really done that great on turf that I remember.
Right.
Now, that being said, though, this is not a great field, and none of the horses really have a great GSR.
Correct.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dan. Gosh darn it. I'm sorry.
I was going to say your screen. Yep, you're on the. There you go. Beautiful.
All right, let's try this again. My bad. Sorry, guys. Now watch the 8. What's up, Crypto? All right, look. So watch the 8. Now, again, I've taken the 5 and 7 out. Just the 5 and 7 are the top 2 picks. But the 8's really closing. We can't let a big long shot win. The Bill mentioned the 2. I think the 2 is an interesting horse. Feline Treasure. I mean, it's not that far back. The 1, Charming Jim, is not that far back. You're going to see a wall of them finishing. The 1 horse is 12-1 on the EE morning line. 2% to 42. I mean, what an ugly ass race.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why, to me, you can go by the theory that bad horses sometimes win bad races, right?
Yeah.
Because there's really no, and again, I would think that post time, the 4 Clement horses, Frozen 4 with Franco, will be favored, because this horse looks like it dropped to its proper spot the last time out. Now second race off a layoff, but it looks too logical for me. And this is the Clement horses that traditionally I lose to. But I am, in this case, I'm just looking for I don't have really a lot of long shots in the qualifiers. And I'd like to have at least one. I'd like to have at least one cap horse, a close to a cap horse in the contest. So to me, this is the race to give it a shot.
Maybe we're overthinking this too, because if you look, we always talk about horses improving second time out on the turf, going 2 turns. This horse faced a 40 group, was only 6% to do it, and was right there near the lead and got second place against 11 other horses at 67-1. I'm thrown off by the horse's style a little bit, although it looks like it closed some ground here. So maybe it can rate. It's just been running bad, and maybe it's style. Maybe, the 7's very fast as well. I am thrown off by the style a little bit, but maybe this is the horse. Maybe we're overthinking it.
Yeah, it could be, Scotty. The other horse I thought that I would probably use, but I went against, is this 7 Kid Creesa. This horse has got speed throughout the last 2 races. If this horse runs back to the race September 4th last year at Saratoga, it's got a shot. Even the race before, and the dirt was decent. 2 bad races. So, I mean, this horse needs to have the lead, though, it looks like. So,
well, what if Mirage gets the lead because the 5 lets the 7 go?
Correct. Yeah, that's a possible scenario also. But before we go, they're loading in. Well, they're behind the gate at Belmont, and right. If it's okay, I just wanted to release. I have a play of the day that I'm making. My larger win bet of the day will be on the next race at Belmont. And I guess I'm on the Bond train today because I like the 4 in the 5th race on the hill. That's my play. That's my key play of the day. This horse, second race off a layoff, came back, hadn't been out since July 23, May 12th this year. Nice, solid race against a Brad Cox, a hot horse. And I just think that was a great prep race. This horse has won at the distance. I think this horse is sitting on a huge race. Carmouche stays with the mount. This horse can stay relatively close to the pace. And I think there's a lot of question marks about the favorites in here. So I'm on the 4 big time in the 5th race at Belmont. And I just also played a 1 and 4 over the 4 in the doubles here. I know that's a little late. They're loading the gate, but.
All right, I'm on the 5 here, Ice Road, who looks really making a good appearance. That's the EquinEdge long shot. The 1 and the 2 are the favorites. I'm on the 4, yeah, with a strong backup at the 1. Yeah, I played a 4-1 exacta for backup, non-contest related.
Barnstorming steps forward.
Good luck, everybody.
Ice Road. Looking like Luke. Bobby the Tank.
4 broke very good. So did the 5.
Oh, don't even have my feet up yet.
The 7 broke on top really nicely. 1 broke slow, 2 broke slow and rushing up now. 7's trying to just go. 7's got at 13-1. Bobby the Tank got a nice lead.
Yeah, we figured. Now a speed favoring track, this horse could wire him, right?
Yeah. But we're about to find out.
Come out of the chute.
Yeah.
The rail is fighting back. Who's now a challenging 3rd. It's right there moving with. On the center of the racetrack comes Barnstorming. That's the leading quartet. Followed by
5's got a fighting shot here, but these horses are going to have to stop. Here comes the favorites.
Right there within doubt and still the trailer. Lucky Luke. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Bobby the Tank keeps moving right along. It's Bobby the Tank who approaches a quarter mile left to go. Has gone quickly. 109 flat for 3/4.
That's fast.
125. Look.
Yeah.
I believe those are the picks as well, right? Yeah, look at that. 215. It came in 125. And yeah, the one ended up getting that win there. Brad Cox, we talked about this horse in depth. Brad Cox claiming this horse off of Linda Rice. Like, how dead on the board was this horse?
Yeah, in retrospect, if I was wagering on this race, the 1 was the play at 3-1 because I didn't like the 2 particularly. 1 for 16. We've talked about this. 1 for 5 all the time over 1 for 16. This horse, and again, I still think it's a speed favoring track because that 7 held on pretty nicely with really fast fractions for this level, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that was the play, but I did. He's alive in my double with the 4. So I used him as the backup. It would have been my secondary pick, but yeah, 4 showed some speed and kind of just didn't, packed it in. So that was a bad run from him.
All right, so we have to come up with a pick for Belmont race number 9, or I do, anyways.
Yeah.
The Cox claim back in this race here. I think it's worth spending a little time on this, David, to make sure that we get the.
Sure, absolutely. We have time.
I just think this is a critical race, right? If you get a big long shot that wins, then it's going to really, really take you out. The only horse. Look at the horse that's finishing the fastest. If the 5 and 7 duel, the horse that's finishing the fastest is the 8. I'm just going with the 8. Yeah, I'm just
okay.
Going with it.
Yeah. Now that would be my second pick, so I would be 6-8 here. Chances are, it looks like I'd probably just play 1 ticket today, but I will for contest I'll have the 6 with the 8 as the secondary pick, but I will use the 6 and the 8 and some other with horizontals probably. I probably wouldn't play any verticals in this race.
So you're doing 6-8, correct?
Yes, the long shot of the day, the 6 Paderi. I'm on the Bond bandwagon today too, so I've got a 20-1 morning line, and my best bet of the day, besides the Royal Dame at Monmouth, is the upcoming race at Belmont, which is not included in the qualifier, but that's number 4 on the hill.
Okay, just to break it up a little bit, I'm just running Churchill Downs right now. That's coming up in 1 minute. They're almost at the gate. And there's 2 horses in here with speed. Like when I see stuff like this, it looks like we're very close to making a release here of the simulator. So
great.
Yep, it's this stuff's not easy, but the simulator has the 8 winning pretty easily. What I want to do is look at the 1 horse and just see it's a front runner for sure. And I hope it breaks 10th like it did last time out. But the 8 horse can also rate a little bit, claimed for $50,000 by Tomlinson off of Rob Atras, and goes up in win percentage. GSR is about the same and faces easier. So the 8 horse certainly looks like a player, and you might get the 9 to close the EquinEdge pick and get second, because the 1 most likely with its style, because the 8's going to go. So who's really the 2's kind of closing as well, and 2's 7-5, but I think that horse is more for minor awards. I think the 8 horse will be tough to beat. You're getting 2-1. It's even money on the EquinEdge morning line over at Churchill Downs. So I'm on the 8 over at Churchill Downs, just to break it up a little bit. All right.
3rd race off a layoff, claimed off his last race by Tomlinson. We're looking at the same horse here. Yeah, a couple of scratches. Yeah, that changed to 3, 5, 6.
Yeah. So I'm gonna I'm going to do the audio of this race real quick. And we'll go on to Monmouth race number. I think we got to go to race number 5 at Monmouth, I think.
Yeah, we didn't hit my yeah, let me just pull up my notes. So let me just, so I can put in my notes. So you're in the 9th at Aqueduct. You're on the 8th. Congrats, Dan.
Oh, nice going, Dan. Nice going. Stefan's on the lead right now. 8's sitting very nice. 8 ended up drifting up to 5-2, which is unbelievable. 2 horses are in last right now and kind of struggling a little bit, honestly. 8's on the lead. It's pulling right now, pulling away. Here comes the 9 that we talked about.
Supremely smack dab between them. Those 3 just 2 lengths off the lead, heading for the quarter pole.
The EquinEdge long shot is making a little bit of progress. I don't think it's going to get there though. It's going to move the race. All right, we'll take 5-2 on that.
Scotty, I'll be back in like a minute.
Go ahead. All right, that came in 8-9. 8-9. We talked about 8-9. There are the picks. 8-9. All right. Very nice. Oh, that was a good breakup. Ba-boom. We'll take that. All right. All right. We got to go now to Monmouth Park, race number 5. Way to go, Dan. All right, let's run the race. So we got a mile and a 16th on the turf. What's up, Gary? All right, 8's backing up 2%. 5's doesn't look to have a shot. Although, te amo, that's something that I would say to Anna. Te amo means I love you in Spanish. All right, 8 horse looks not very good. We're going to get rid of that horse. These look like the contenders, but let's rerun the race after we've eliminated the 5 and the 8. Would love your guys' opinion in this race as well.
How do you again say I love you in Spanish?
Te amo.
Okay.
Te amo.
Gotcha.
So 4 horses got the lead. Here comes the 7, 6-5 on the EquinEdge morning line. Top EquinEdge pick, and then boom in the stretch. You know, the 2's not exactly losing much ground. So, or the 4, excuse me, and the 2 not bad as well. So, you know, we'll look at the 1. Let's do a process. It looks like from the inside, well, it's a mile and the 16th. It doesn't have to have the lead. It looks like it can rate, but look, it barely won against a 44 group, and it didn't run bad. Perfect trip, lost by a length and a half against a 50 group, and the simulator doesn't like the horse. So I think we can eliminate the 1. Look at the 6 horse. It's 15-1 on the EquinEdge morning line. It is dropping in class some. Win percentage is low. GSR is kind of low. I think we could probably eliminate the 6. Gurley the Butcher broke 11th last time out and won the race against a 48 group. Now moves up. That was pretty impressive off the layoff, but now moves up 10 points in GSR. Doesn't really particularly have any back class. This is a big jump up. The horse is being protected after that last race, but not really a fan. I don't think it's a logical contender. And it leads us to these horses that are going to be logical favorites in this race, David. Love to know what your opinion is in here.
Yeah, the one thing I concluded after going through this race this morning is I don't want high stick. Even though it's third race off a layoff, this horse had speed. I watched the replay of that race on May 11th. This horse seems like a tough horse to ride. So I decided, and again, it's a pretty logical race, and that's why I picked a bomb in one race, because I'm going to be pretty chalky going forward here. So in that case, I like to change it up with at least one cap horse. So I think I'm gonna. It was between the 2 and the 7. Sensitivity, which again is also third race off a layoff. Faced Madam Mischief last race and finished the third. Madam Mischief finished second, and that's the horse I'm going to use is Madam Mischief. This horse likes the Monmouth turf course. Is 1 win, 2 seconds. Had wintered in Gulfstream at against some decent horses, optional claiming 75s, a couple of stakes, and didn't embarrass herself. And also, this horse ran a nice fourth in both the Ginger Brew and the Sweet Chant. Lost to Life's Inaudible, who's in this race would be an overwhelming favorite. So I decided to go with the logical horses here. I'm going to use the 7 as my primary, and if I had a backup ticket, it would be the 2 as my secondary pick.
So the only reason I'm going to play against the 7, 2 reasons. One, it's the favorite. The other reason is, if you look from the very beginning, in 9 races, every race has been a different jockey. Every race. And it really has burned money. It's been right there and lost ground. In many cases there, it's the horse to beat, no doubt about it. It's going to probably go off at 6-5. High stick is probably going to need the lead. I'm going to go with Sensitivity, who's 17%, going from 3% to 17%, was beat a little bit by Madam Mischief last time out. But I'll take a risk on a price and hopefully get a good trip. So I'm going to go with the 2, Sensitivity.
Makes sense. That's another horse I would consider. I think this race would be pretty logical.
All right. So we'll go Sensitivity here. The 4 can't clear in this race, high stick?
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. The 4 can absolutely clear. But the concern I had, normally I'd be on a horse like this, third race off a layoff. The last race was a little better than the first at Monmouth, and the first race at Keeneland off the layoff. And Keeneland, good company. That's a solid allowance race. But the horse just looks like one of these maiden horses that consistently runs decently, but doesn't break his maiden for a long time. It's a 5-year-old mare. I just think that the only time this horse won was at Belmont last year at a very slow pace, 1.25 miles. And everything was this horse had everything its own way. I just think this horse is not much, and I'm willing to beat it. I know Paco will get the lead on his horse normally, but I was concerned with watching a replay of that May 11th race. This horse was resisting going to the lead. He was trying to rate. It was kind of a weird race for this horse. I just think this horse, will have the lead and stop again. So that's why it led me. I think the 7 will get a good stalking trip here.
So last night on the weekend preview show, Oldie liked the 4 horse, who was since scratched, and I like the 6 horse Sister Nell. And Sister Nell has no speed. They are on the turf. I have no problem with that because there seems to be some speed, although it's not really, really fast. Some of the horses' styles are that, and I really like the way the 6 horse is closing. Now the 9's closing as well. So, and you'll see that the 9 in the race simulator. But this horse is probably the horse to beat, no doubt about it. I do think the 6 is going to be closing. All I want this 6 to do is break decent from the start. We talked about this horse, Sister Nell. So I'm gonna bet the 6 to win, and I'm gonna do an exacta box 1-6. And look at the finish on the 2 horse, the Sweezy horse. This is an interesting horse that can rate some, and you might get a price in the exotic. So maybe consider the 2 horse in the 3rd spot. If we throw out the 6 and the 9 just to see who's kind of there at the end, really it's only the 2.
Yeah, you're looking at the third race at Monmouth because you've got the So your Gold Star pick was the 4 who was scratched. Do I have that correct?
Right, that's right. Well, Oldies was, and then
So now you're on a 6.
I got outvoted.
Okay.
Yeah, I got outvoted. I didn't like Oldies horse, but in 7-2, I'll take it. Also, just a mention of the one horse. The one horse is going on the turf for the first time. It's this isn't a great field. The horse won by 12.5 lengths, and it also has a little bit of back class. So maybe they figure something out because it was claimed for 7,500, up for 16,000. But that you're talking about Durf to Turt, that's probably very similar. Ward is 18% with first time out claims. So certainly deserves a look as they just arrived at the gate. So we'll watch this race, and then we'll move on back to the 5th there. So there we go.
And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for race 3.
For me, I want to see a fast pace, but I also want to see the 6 horse just break out of the gate. That's all I want to see.
Sister Nell coming up to the gate.
And the 6 traditionally is not a good breaker. I get it. Sometimes you hope the horse does break good.
What's wrong with the 3, Scotty? I'm using the 3 here. I'm going to bet.
3 looks good.
Last time out. I'm probably not getting in here.
Yeah, you got it. You have time. The 10's not in. There's 2 more horses to load. The 9.
I got it in.
Just a couple more runners to load in. Butterfly Queen goes up.
Yeah, I'm on the 3.
And to the outside post, Collective Gold.
I love jockeys that can get a horse out of a gate. Pat Valenzuela was the absolute best that ever lived at getting a horse out of the gate. Very good.
How about Jerry Bailey?
Jerry Bailey, even horses that don't have a lot of I'm totally happy with the way that horse just broke right there. I don't have a problem with it. The horse doesn't have any speed early, but it broke okay.
Has more run
There's your 3 on the lead.
And Isn't She Cozy comes out of the chute and sprints away to a 3-length edge. Holy Berry's happy to track from
Blinkers
second.
On.
Subway Susie.
Part of my angle.
Bourbon is
second time turf off a big drop down.
Capture This is next in the field.
That's a little aggressive, though.
It's very aggressive. And you'll see that sometimes when you get blinkers added.
Fast-paced to chase. Isn't She Cozy?
22 seconds flat. I tell you what, that certainly helps closers.
That's all your
run. Holy Berries is about 3 lengths ahead of the third.
Yeah, I think the blinkers defeated the purpose and got this horse a little too aggressive.
Hepatia, Butterfly Queen.
Close your eyes and run as fast as you can.
Even with Collective Gold.
Now try to slow it down a little bit.
Down the back stretch they go. Isn't She Cozy? No turning back for her. The leading margin has decreased. It's 2.5 lengths. Holy Berries right behind chasing second. A gap of 3 to Subway Susie, pushed upon a little bit, approaching the 4-turn run. Butterfly Queen is getting going from the back of the field. Butterfly Queen into the 3rd position, making up good ground. She catches the eye, and Jorge Hernandez is riding her very confidently here. Butterfly Queen moving up nicely, needs to reel in Holy Berries, and Isn't She Cozy? Isn't She Cozy after the fast pace? It's taking its toll. Butterfly Queen on the outside is run by Holy Berries.
Go on the outside, go.
Now Single Barrel Bourbon diving to the rail now and tries to kick on.
He just killed this horse.
Furlong. Butterfly Queen in front, and she's got a kick for the final furlong. Opens up 2.5. Butterfly Queen to score off the maiden win a week and a half ago. Single Barrel Bourbon was second. Sister
9 figured,
third.
right?
Collective Gold was
right, but you don't see a lot of maiden winners come back at the same level first time. But again, we went through this. I'd rather take 1 for 10 than 1 for 19 with Sister Nell. But again, this was another weak race, but logical horse.
Yeah, well, and then he just destroyed this horse. This horse checked back 3 times.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Got a bad ride.
Yeah, bad ride. All right, well, 9 won the race, and we talked about the 2 horse as well, who got bet down to 6-1. They ran good. Okay, we've got we have.
Now, did you make your pick, Scotty, in the race 5 at? Yes, you like sensitivity.
I'm gonna go with sensitivity. You didn't think the 4 horse. You didn't like the 4 horse.
No, I'll let that horse beat me. It's just as the post time favorite. I just think this horse. I mean, this horse will have the lead, but I'm not sold on this horse being of having any quality at all.
One of the things that I do like about the 2 horse is that it might get the trip if the 4 and the 8 duel. And that could certainly happen. That's what I'm hoping for. But the simulator has a 7 winning, and that does look impressive. But I think that for the 2 horse to run its best, it needs some speed up front. And if the 8 pushes the 4, it might get it. Or honestly, the 4 could go gate to wire and win easily.
Yeah, that's a scenario I looked at initially, but again, I just there's something about this horse. I just don't think that. This horse will have the lead, but I'm not sure that again this horse is that good. That she's that good.
So why is Paco off of the 4 horse or the 7 horse to ride the 4? I find that interesting.
I think maybe he got fired. That's the only thing I can think of. His horse was favored the last time. I'm not sure. I'm assuming that Delgado wasn't exactly happy with Lopez's ride there, but Paco's ride. But I think because of the class that this horse has, racing in stakes races down at Gulfstream, that this horse is a likely stalker and winner of the race. To me, this is a single. So I would, if I had 2 tickets, I'd be on the 7, Madam Mischief on both.
Yeah, on paper, the 7 looks like the horse to beat. I agree, but we talked about different jockeys in every single race, and this doesn't change. And for that reason, I'm gonna stick with the 2 horse. But is there a long shot we should be looking at in this race, just in case the 2, 4, and 7 don't run? Like, you know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, Scotty, the only scenario I could see a long shot, I don't see it. I think this race is between the 2, 4, and 7, clearly. But if you want to look at a long shot scenario, and sometimes this is dangerous, hoping that the other speed horse doesn't break. But, I guess hypothetically, if the 4 didn't break and got off slow, but there's been no indication this horse ever gets off slow, that the 8 could be a threat to go wire to wire because of pace advantage. But I don't like the class in it, so I think this horse is a little cheap. And 1 for 17, but yeah, I don't see it. I don't see long shots in this race. I think it's 2, 4, or 7, and I'll lean with the 7.
All right. I'm going to stick with the 2.
Okay, it's 2 for Scotty, 7 for myself. Okay.
All right, so let's go to event number 5, which is the 6th at Monmouth Park.
Okay.
Here.
Scotty going to run the simulator?
Yep. Let's see here.
Then you have to switch screens, I guess, because we're.
Yep.
Here you go. Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, here we go. Now, we have to be ready for BAQ race number 6. So I want to make sure that we are paying attention. That comes.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's 340, Scotty.
What do you mean?
Post time for race 6 at is 340. So we have,
okay.
We might be over.
We have about 35 minutes. It looks like.
Right.
All right. So here in the 6th, the 7 horse seems to win easily. Here, are you plus or negative on this horse? It's dropping from a non-graded stakes race off the layoff, and after a 10-month layoff, and now in for $15,000. That's not encouraging.
Yeah, it's not, but I looked for an alternative here, and really I was not comfortable with any of the alternatives, so I didn't spend a lot of time on this race. I mean, I was all over the 7 Irish Meadow. Second race off a layoff, like you said, drops way down. It's not any move inspiring any confidence, but maybe they're just trying to get a winner out of this horse today. This horse has won 6 races at Monmouth, been in the board more than half of the time at Monmouth. I just think that if I was going to use a second horse, it would be Paco's horse, the 8 Lemon Creek Louis. 3rd race off a layoff. Does come out of that same race where it was 39-1 and ran 6th, where Irish Meadow was 16-1 and ran 5th. So it doesn't seem like there's a lot between the two of them. But I think Irish Meadow has much more room for improvement off 1 race off a layoff than 2 races off a layoff. So we'll see. So to me, I was just going to use the 7. If I had 2 tickets, the 7 would be on both tickets. Looks like I'm on the 7 train here at Monmouth, because I've got 7, 7, 7, 3 races in a row.
All right. Looks like we have one more step to get past on the race simulator, which they're testing now. So in the next 15 minutes, we'll know whether we're releasing the prod or not. All right. Okay. I'm going to have to take the 7. I'm surprised they're not protecting this horse, but it just wins too easily. Last race was obviously way too tough. This horse is dropping 12 points in SOR, goes up in win percentage. GSR is about the same. I mean, if this horse wasn't good, I highly doubt they would be running this horse. The workouts were steady coming into the race. I think this horse probably has a few more races left. I don't think they're concerned about somebody claiming a 9-year-old that, I've seen 10-year-olds, I've seen 11-year-olds claim before, but it's interesting that the horse is in for the tag in this optional claiming event.
Yeah, and I'm glad you pointed it out, because I see the other horse there is Lemon Creek Louis, and he comes out of the same stakes race for state breds, Jersey bred race horses. And he's in for the claim also. Yeah. And he's only a 6-year-old. So, but again, the purse of this race, Scotty, is almost $70,000. So
yeah, I saw that. I mean, amazing.
Yeah.
Nice job, Monmouth Park. Like
you're talking about a $40,000 win purse. And then if they get claimed, you can pick up another 15. So I guess that's because of the purse. They're not worried about it. And how many people are going to claim a 9-year-old, right? Because they might think the horse is done. Who wants a 9-year-old? How long? Right. It's not a great claim.
But if you look at this race and at the stretch, then Lemon Creek Louis was actually ahead of Irish Meadow in this race. Like barely. They were right there, but it was, barely. And but I think second off the long layoff, and all things considered, the interesting thing is the 8 horse is faster early on than the 7.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
But bam, watch this from second call to third call, bam, and then that's just like, I think the 7 Irish Meadow. I'm going there. I'm going Irish Meadow.
All right, so we're both on the 7. But again, there's not a lot of room that separate the 7 and the 8 based on the last race. But I do like the overall in its career, the 7 has kept higher company. It looks like, because 8 was in $7,500 claimers at Parks and
Right.
$16. Yeah.
So, and then, there does look to be some, a lot of speed in here as well. And it looks like the 4 horse is more the type of horse that needs to be forwardly placed. So let's see here. All right. You're watching Belmont?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you rooting for somebody?
My 4 is my best bet of the day that I just gave out.
Oh, that's right.
And he's losing right now. He's second to a Clement horse.
Okay.
But that's okay. He's getting a good trip. But you'll know the result. I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Okay. No problem. All right. So let's get out of Belmont. Where were we? We were in race number 6 at Monmouth. I think I have to go with the 7. I just, I don't really see any long shots really winning here. The 4 horse seems to need to be forwardly placed for its best. The 5 horse, the EquinEdge long shot. You can never really go wrong with the EquinEdge long shot, honestly. And so Forever Chocolate might be an interesting horse. It raced in an allowance race. The point is that the 7 and the 8 aren't doing well, and the 4 seems to need the lead for its best. Then I think that I would, maybe I'll take a risk and just play the 5 horse. I might just do that for a price. I mean, the 7's going to go off at low odds, so why not?
Yeah, you might as. I mean, again, there's really not a lot here. Just sort of an update at Aqueduct. The 4 horse, who was my best bet of the day, ran a very good race, coming down between horses, and basically just lost by like a neck or a quarter of a length. But I did have a backup with the Exacta, but really needed the horse on top. So that's on 5-1. I'll save her with an Exacta and a place bet too. So I didn't really lose, but didn't win.
So it looks like we are releasing the race simulator here any moment within the next 15 minutes. Let's see here.
Yeah, congrats, James. Yep, that's going to be a nice number because both of the chalks were out of the Exacta, and the Clement horse was out. So was the 2. So we got a 4-1 or a 5-1. I'll take that. I think what's that? There's a $40 Exacta, 45. So I'll take it. It would have been a lot better reversed for me, but the key is ROI. Your best bet finishes second. You should have a backup. So no, we're good.
What's up, James? Okay, releasing the prod in 15 minutes. So race simulator is being released. You can see this thing just popped up right here. So the moment we've been waiting for is finally here. Releasing at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. See the race before it happens with our cutting edge simulation technology. It really is cutting edge. It really is. I have had this for 18 years. It's taken me to get to release to the public.
Congrats. Very good.
So pretty dope. I'm super excited about that. Okay, race number 8 at Monmouth Park. Let's run it. Yeah, probably, Jeff. I hope not. God, don't even say that. Throw out this too. What do you think?
What do I think here? Let me just go over the scratch. So let's just go through the scratches again. So we have the
5 and 6 were scratched.
Okay, that's what I was waiting for, because when I handicapped this race, I looked at it, Scotty, and I'm like, I don't really like this race so much. You got Pacific Rose, who's the class of the field. She was racing in stakes races on the West Coast at Santa Anita, Del Mar, and now comes in here off a layoff, switches from Doug O'Neill to Delgado. I would usually give a horse like this a race. And what's this horse doing in an optional claimer? I don't know. I have no confidence. And blinkers off also. You know, I just can't play this horse at all. You got to show me that this horse can still run. Maybe they realize, okay, was this a private purchase, private sale? And they said, okay, yeah, this horse belongs, so I'm taking it to the East Coast, and Monmouth is the spot. Possibility. But what I was waiting for to see if there was a late scratch, and then that made my decision. With the 6 being scratched, I'm on the 3. And this horse, to me now, I know there's other speed. The 4 is in, and the 4 has speed. But I think that Rendon is going to send this horse to the lead. Now, this horse, don't forget, raced in its two last races at Aqueduct on May 12th and aired on a muddy track. This horse was a favorite and just won by 12 lengths, dominating performance, weak field. Then this horse on Belmont Stakes Festival weekend at Saratoga, this horse shows up in a hard-hitting allowance race on a speed-favoring track, and I thought this horse that day had a shot to hold on, but Dylan gunned this horse. It was kind of you couldn't go with Money's Gold, and that's a much, much stronger field than anything in here. There's no comparison. If Money's Gold was in this race, the Money's Gold would be 1 to 5. I'm looking at the class, hoping this horse gets the lead over the 4, is more aggressive. The rider's more aggressive getting the lead. So I'm all over the 3. That's the only horse I want here, Scotty. So it's 3. If I had 2 tickets, it'd be 3 on both.
3 is a dead nuts front runner, and the 4 is as well. And I think 4 rated at one time, but really, let me take that back. So the 4 horse had the rail the last couple of times, and now it's drawing outside the 3. It's a hard read as to what it's going to do. If it lets the 3 go, then the 3 is gone. I agree with you, but I really like both the 7 and the 8, and they're both the EquinEdge first and second picks too. The 7 gets the best trip. The 7's going to sit off of both of them, gets off of the rail, and the 7 is good enough to beat, both these horses, no doubt about it. And who knows, maybe the 7's going to press because its style is to be near the lead, so it's going to be near a fast lead. That's why I'm going to take the 8 horse, because I think that the 8's going to get the setup, 32%. It's a horse to watch, top win, EE second pick. I like that angle, by the way, too. I've seen that do very, very good. So for me, I'm going to take the 8 horse on both my plays.
Okay. Yeah, that was the other horse I'd be looking at. But at this point, yeah, I'm looking for a wire job. So, yeah. So it's 3 for me and 8 for Scotty. Very good.
Yeah. And I think the 8's going to get a good trip. Now 7, 7's right there too. No doubt about it with Bravo, but I still think I'm going to take the 8. And I like the fact that the 7 does get off the rail. The 7 is tactical. I see a similar trip than what we saw over at Tampa Bay 3 races back for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, but you know what I'm going to do? On one ticket, I'm going to play the 8. The other one, I'll play the 7. All right. That's what I'm
okay. Yeah, I apologize. I'm just putting in my picks for the qualifier now.
No, you're fine. We don't have a lot of time.
Yeah.
Monmouth Park race number 4 is going off in 3 minutes, but the first race is over at Belmont, which is going off in 19 minutes. So we have 19 minutes.
Right, and we didn't go through. We were ready through Monmouth. Yeah, Gulfstream Park. I'm just going through that now. I'm like, oh, Gulfstream 7th. I don't know who I'm playing here. So this was the race. So let's go to that race. We'll work through it together.
We have 2 races at Gulfstream. We have 2 races at Gulfstream to do. Races 7 and races 8. So here we go.
Okay. All right, this race I had a question mark, and now I'm in trouble because the horse I was going to use, the 2, third race off a layoff, is scratched. So I'm going to work through it with you. So I'll let you go first.
Thank you, Dan. 4 horse gets a nice lead. Also, you guys, you have to make sure that you refresh your screen a couple of times, maybe 3 or 4 times. Okay, when you get the simulator, refresh it 3 or 4 times. If that doesn't work, then you're gonna need to clear your cache. Okay, and then refresh again. But enjoy; it's really neat. You'll see, Bill. You'll see how it works. You have the 1-5 shot Proverb, who's got a 66 win percentage that can rate. I mean, how do you beat this horse?
Yeah, that's the key. I mean, this horse has won 3 in a row. You know, this is an 8-year-old horse. These horses don't stay good forever. So I'm looking to see, well, you know, maybe the horse will eventually be going off form, but this horse has been odds on the last 2 starts. Yeah. This horse just never seems to not fire. Again, I don't see many alternatives here. You got, so I didn't know where to go here. Yeah, I was going to be a wise guy and use the 2 on the drop down, but since the 2 scratched, I mean, you've got the 4 who shows the speed. Can this horse get loose? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure where I would head in this direction. I've got to make a decision shortly. Are there any how about the 7? Did you look at the 7?
I mean, can we ever really go wrong with the EquinEdge long shot? You know, I mean, anytime you don't want to use chalk, I mean, that's what you know, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you want to do. So,
well, look at it this way. This horse, Rare Jewel, was in the race that Proverb won on May 19th. Lightning Tones was in there, finished 3rd. That's why I was looking at that horse. Yeah, I think if I'm going to take an alternative to the favorite 3, I don't want the 4. I guess now the 7, would be the second choice, right? So you're not getting much. Well, the second or third choice over the 4. The 4 has been racing pretty cheap. I think I'd go with the 7 here, Scotty. I don't want to take 4 to 5.
Okay, hold on one second. You keep talking about that race real quick. I'm sending a note to the guys real quickly.
Sure. Yeah. So what the situation here is that we've got a horse that is hard hitting, won 11 lifetime races, 3 in a row, 2 of the 3, the last 2 especially, has been odds on and won pretty comfortably at different 7 furlongs to a mile. Beat the 4 horse 2 back, but did lose, interestingly, to Super Curioso on February 24th at Tampa. But keep in mind, that was a mile and a 16th. Maybe the horse doesn't want to go that far. So it shows you the 4 could be a potential upsetter here, but it's not going to be any big price. So I think I'm going to go, like I said, with the longer of the prices here. Hopefully at least get a second if the horse doesn't win. But I'll take a shot with the 7. It's hard for me in a contest to take 4 to 5. Yeah, I'm just getting my plays in now. Go ahead, Scotty.
All right. Sorry about that. I just saw a little bug in the simulator, so I wanted to make sure it's not that big of a deal, but I want them to fix that. But
so is it
huh?
Officially released to the subscribers as of now, or it's going to be?
It looks like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Crypto Light, in reference to your question, right now I live in Western New York, but I spent most of my life on Long Island. I grew up in Ronkonkoma, bought a house, got married, and lived for 30 years in East Islip. Spent a lot of time in Nassau County, Massapequa, had my own office. Really off the Southern State, really quick access to Belmont and Aqueduct. So it was most of my life was in East Islip and Ronkonkoma.
They're loading into the gate over at Monmouth Park. Just to break it up real quick, I like the 1 and the 7, maybe do an exacta box, or the 1 at 6 to 1 is not a bad play. But the 7's probably the 6 is the favorite, but I think the 7 might even be the horse to beat. But the 6 is going to have an easy lead, and that's why the horse is getting bet. But It's nothing wrong with the 1 and the 7 if the 6 horse ends up stopping. Let's see here. I'm putting in a play right now. So let's, why don't we show the race?
The penultimate runner to enter the gate. And the last one will be Digital Currency, looking to give Jorge Hernandez back-to-back wins today.
There we go. Oh, my goodness. Hold on here.
Is quick as well.
All right, apologize. I got my plays in. That was a little.
Okay, no problem.
Who's on
So
the outside right there.
I'm happy to see that the 8's pressing the 6 just a little bit. That helps with the 1. I really like the odds of the 1, and I thought the 7's the best closer. So it doesn't take much all the time, but the 1 seems to be running pretty good. Look at the size of the 6. The 6 is a really big horse.
Yeah. Horse is huge.
Clears off on the lead, gets to the rail, and puts a length and a half on Digital Currency, who's all in second. Flag Song flying third, called upon to pick up the pace, rounding the turn. Yum eat him up to the 3-path, getting closer, takes the second position with those runners as they come off the turn, but it's still Spouty's Girl in control. Spouty's Girl, Paco Lopez have 3/16 to go, and this is just a stroll in the park for Spouty's Girl. Paco just gave her a little cue to get going. And boy, did she respond. She put 5 lengths on her rivals. Nice. Spouty's Girl, this is just a paid workout for her. She could go around there again and do it easily. Spouty's Girl in a romp, much the best. Yum, eat 'em up.
All right.
Run second.
Okay, back to Gulfstream Park. I got distracted there. Gulfstream Park, race number, we were at 7, correct?
Yes, and I decided.
What are you going to do there? I mean, 3 most likely is going to run the race, but let's run it without the 3 to see what we should do there. How's that sound? Because there's no way we're using the 3.
Yeah.
Who did we use? Who did we use in the 6th race at Belmont?
I've got the 2 and the 10. And you have, where are my notes on your picks? You were going to use the 1, but you decided not. You're using the 9, Scarlet Poppy, correct?
Oh, that's right. Scarlet Poppy,
2 to 1.
and the 1.
Right, 2 to 1 over 4 to 1.
So the 4 gets an easy lead. It looks like the 4 could be tough, but it really needs the lead. So if we go early, the 4 is going to have the lead. And here comes the 3, but let's just say the 3 doesn't run good. Here comes the 7. So 7's an interesting horse. It's the EquinEdge long shot. It looks like it's a little bit tactical. It faced 2 tough last time out and didn't run a bad race. It faced a little bit easier, but that was 2 turns. It's got 6 wins in 27 races. This is not the worst looking long shot in the world, and I like Sunny Leon coming from behind. The 4 horse is going to have an easy lead, and it's won before going gate to wire against Tupper. 1 turn mile here at this same level. It almost went. It lost by 2 3/4 lengths. Then it went 9 furlongs throughout the last race. I mean, the 4 could be tough trying to go gate to wire. I think the 7 horse Rare Jewel will come on as well. And this horse seems to be a little bit tactical. Let's look at their speed. 7's got a 45, whereas the 4 has got a 72. The 1 horse I don't think is going to be a part of this, but maybe if the 4 breaks a little bit slow. It's not necessarily the best breaker in the world, but it's most likely going to have the lead. What do you do with that? I mean, I wouldn't take the 1, obviously, but I think the 4 horse or the EquinEdge long shot looks like it's going to be finishing. And then how about this BG Lee? Could this horse get there? I mean, if you're looking for a price, this is not the worst looking bomb in the world. Look at the simulator. It actually has the horse closing a little bit.
Yeah, this horse, the last 2 races, since this horse dropped down to 62.5 claimers, has run pretty decent, a second and a first.
Right. And the 7
however switches to Monica McGooey, who's 0 for 38.
Yep, good call. I think I'm going to take the EquinEdge long shot. Maybe I'll do the 4 and I'll do, I'm clearly not taking the 3. I'm not doing it. Like, I'll do 4 and 7.
Well, let's go through the last race. We've got 7 minutes before the qualifiers begins. And then, Great Director, I'll answer your question after we go through this race for time.
Playing low-priced horses in the NHC. I'm not a fan of doing that personally. Although in the mandatory races, if I feel really good about a horse and it's 8 to 5, I'll take the points and key that horse. You, David?
Okay. Yeah, I'll go fast. Yeah. I'm on the same page. I would very rarely use an 8 to 5, almost never in an optional, because there's so many more. You got so many races to pick from. Why, even if you like a lock, unless even when you're near the cut line, it's hard to justify in an optional 8 to 5. However, in the mandatories, I hit an 8 to 5, a 5 to 2, a 2 to 1, 3 of those the year I won, because I thought they were locks or very likely winners, just to move on, build up those points. But I know the way Mike approached it, he made his picks in advance and refused to change them. That's good handicapping, obviously, but that's not my approach. I would probably never use an 8 to 5 in an optional.
All right, David, we've got 5 minutes before this 6 minutes,
Sure.
7 minutes. What do you
go through the race? And I have one caveat for that explanation. Okay. Yeah, I'll make it quick. I was between the 1 who I had prior history with. That's Tom Rooney's horse. I think we discussed it in the past. Prezatoria.
Yeah.
This horse moves back to synthetic from the turf on a race that the horse won. I was actually there on April 18th. And that was a nice win over the synthetic. So this horse is definitely eligible to win right again, switching back. But the horse I ultimately decided on, because I get a little bit of a better price, is the 6 Neom City. This horse runs first time on the synthetics. 2 races off the turf. They weren't so bad. They were pretty even. And I just think this race is crying out for a first time on synthetic winner. And the workouts have been pretty steady. So I'm on the 6 over the 1 here.
All right. Well, look at they've had this horse in this optional claiming 20 nominees of 1 a couple of times now, but you can see caught an easier field. But I'm not sure about the jockey, Cipriano Gill. I mean, low win percentage jockey, low win percentage connections, but it is the EquinEdge second pick. And if the 4 horses 6 to 5 on the EquinEdge morning line, but here we go. Like I just can't play a horse that breaks its maiden and faces winners for the first time. It beat 5 other horses only at 9%. Today it's 28%. I'm looking. What I look for is horses that ran good at this level and barely lost. So
yeah, it's again, even though it's Safi Joseph, logical, but I'm on the same page. I don't like to use a horse breaking its maiden going against winners first time.
Yeah, let's look and see if we can look at the changes, see if we see anything. Fernando Abreu takes over for the 8 horse. Lasix is on for this 4-year-old for the first time, actually. The horse has speed. I can't tell whether it can rate or not. It might be able to rate just a little bit. It's been training on the dirt. I would think if you were going to run on the synthetic, wouldn't you train on the synthetic?
Makes sense. Absolutely makes sense, right?
I would think. I mean, that's what I would think you would do. But Sprezzatura is an interesting horse too, because this horse faced a much better group last time out. Did not run terrible. The GSR was 55. The GSR goes up to 66, and it goes on the synthetic. So it won its only race on the synthetic against a maiden special weight group. It was Florida bred, but still, I think you're onto something with this one horse. Absolutely. If the 4 doesn't win, the 4 is 6-5 EquinEdge morning line. The one horse faced this group, a group like this last time out, Dale Romans, Luca Panici. I think this horse is a major player. Jockey trainer combination is only 12%. Jaramillo is aboard Bella Shaza. This horse beat a non-winners of 2 lifetime field last time out with our rat aboard. I don't love this horse that much. I mean, it looks okay, but I don't love this horse.
Yeah. 2 to 3 on the synthetic, but I don't love the horse either. I agree with you.
We've got 3 minutes. You have to have your pick and pray plays in. So you're on the 1, correct?
No, I'm on the 2, and I'm getting 17 to 1. I have a speed and a closer, and for the contest, I used the 2. And I did place a win bet on the 10 on Clement's horse. This was my backup horse to break the jinx.
Okay.
Let's do 10.
All right. So.
And I'm absolutely loving the price on the 2.
All right. Let's see here. I mean, this horse does not finish within this race. Let's Go Coco is an interesting horse. Broke from the rail last time out. But that shouldn't have been a problem going a mile on the 16th. It was a 58 group. Today's better. Last race out. This is a very interesting horse, the EquinEdge long shot. I might go this way. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the 7, and then I'm gonna go with the 4. So I'm gonna do that. So 7, 4. So I'll go 4, 7, and then 7, 4. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, I'm on the 6-1. So we're totally on different spectrums here. So that's fine.
Yeah. 7. You're on. Wait, in race number 8 at Gulfstream.
I'm on the 6. Yeah, Neon
6.
City.
Oh, you're on the 6. I thought you said 2. Okay, 6.
No, 6 and 1.
Okay, and I'm going to be on the 4-7.
Okay, and just quickly before they hit the gate at Aqueduct, I mentioned the great director's question about the 8 to 5 shot. The caveat is on optionals. Well, that actually wouldn't be an optional then. Is I would at the final table, I would consider an 8 to 5 shot if I thought the horse was basically the play of the day or a lock, depending on your position. I mean, if you had the lead at the final table, which I was so fortunate to have that luxury, I may use an 8 to 5 early. There's 10 races. It was the first 3 races, and it was an 8 to 5 who I didn't think could be beat, just to increase your lead, knowing that you have other prices that you like later. I could consider that, absolutely.
So the 9
in the top 5, and you'd think the horse can't lose, and you have other races, but usually just for a regular optional, I would avoid that.
So the 9 is 3 to 1. The favorite is the 5 horse Risk Threshold, and the 1 horse Lamorna that we talked about, Chuck's friend. I mean, this horse is looking pretty good. You have the 2 horse though at 20 to 1. You're not minding that at all, are you?
No, I just actually, when it was 70 to 1, I increased my wager, my win place wager, and I put an exact at 10 over the 2, a win bet on the 10. Oh yeah, when I like a horse and it doesn't seem to be taking a lot of money, and I think it's a total overlay, I'll reach out.
Yeah.
And again, this horse could run and stop, but then I had the 10 as a backup, and it's time to break the Clement Hex.
Yeah, I really like the 9 here. Oh, is the race simulator up? Refresh. That's good. All right, so here we go. This is the first of the races for the qualifier on the turf, going 6 furlongs. And
good luck, everybody.
Right, I love the 9. I love the 9. So I like the 1 a lot too, but it's on the rail and it's not a great breaker. But I mean, it'll be fun watching the 1 because the 1s that just can really finish. But right. I think the 9's the real deal in this race.
2 wire to wire. I'll be back in 30 seconds. The other feed I have in my other room here is on target. This is too delayed. I'll be back in about a minute.
All right.
Good luck, everybody.
All right. The 10 horse goes in the gate. David had mentioned liking the 10 a little bit. And the 9 sitting in a good position. The 10 horse broke good and sat back. The jockey grabbed the 10 for whatever reason. I think the 9 had to work to get that position a little bit, though, which I don't like late. And especially being the 5 is the favorite. We'll see. I mean, could still have a lot left. But 9 does look good. But the jockey's not even asked the 5 at all. Come on, 9. Let's go. Let's go, girl. 5 is the jockey is not even asking. Wow. Impressive. Wow, impressive. 9 ran good. Just not going to be good enough. 5, 9, 6. 5, 9, 6 in the race. I used the 9 on both of mine, so I get some points. And the 5 was the favorite. Ortiz for Chad Brown, and yeah, I mean, ran good. Let's run this one more time and see what happens. I think it had the 5 on the lead or close to it. Let's see here, 3 and 8.
Yep. The 5 never got pressured. The 2 really didn't get off to the best start. Then it got checked. So when you have a horse that doesn't get challenged at 22 and change at 6 furlongs, this horse is gone.
Yeah. Yep. I used the 9.
And you had
I was watching the 9 the entire time, but so I missed the 1. I don't know what happened to the 1, but yeah, nonetheless. And race number 5 over Monmouth is coming up in a couple of minutes. Why don't we stay for that? It's only 8 minutes away. We'll stay for that. We'll watch that, and then we'll call the show.
I'm good. I have time. The wife's away for the weekend, so it's bachelor weekend here at the at handicapping headquarters in Western New York.
Okay. I took the 2 horse in here. I know you took the 7 horse. The 4 horse is the favorite. That's the speed horse that we talked about. Let's watch this race one more time. And I think we're both counting on the 8 horse going very fast early.
Absolutely. We hope.
Yeah.
So what are I don't have, I got to pull it up. The 7's got to be the favorite, correct? Let me pull up.
No, the 4 is the favorite to go gate to wire.
Oh, high stick. Okay. Yeah. I'll let that horse beat me. So the good thing too, in the qualifier, if you had a long shot with the 2 lower priced horses, which I guess it's first and second choice came in, right? So you're not way behind. Where you get kind of screwed in these qualifiers is if you get a $30 horse right on top in the first race, then you're way behind the 8 ball.
Right.
Because there's 400. There was a lot of people. Let me see how many people we got in here. Is it 431?
Is that how many are in there?
Yeah, let me see.
I'll tell you right. 436.
436. Okay. Yep. That's all.
436. So I like that the 4 horse is taking so much action. This horse, it did go gate to wire against a 54 group, 3 back, but that was at 10 furlongs. Paco Lopez on the lead. He won the last race here at Monmouth Park. I mean, I guess, anytime Paco's on the lead, he's dangerous. But again, the 8 horse is very, very fast. So hopefully Sammy Camacho, 2 Florida dudes, you know, maybe Camacho will duel with this horse up front.
Right. Now, looking at this race based on the live odds with the 4 who I'm willing to bet against, so to me, that horse I'm going to throw out. And then the 7 who I like in the contest and the qualifier are 2-1. I figured the horse would be the favorite. But right now I see the 2 sensitivity at 5-1, who's I think in the top 3 contenders. If that horse remains at 4 or 5-1, I will place a win wager on it as the backup. So, right. So I think that horse at that price is a little bit of a value. But I guess with the CAWs, you got to kind of wait, and you could still get screwed on that. But
yeah, the 2 horse looked very good on the track. The 4 horse did as well, a little bit on its toes, but that's a front runner anyways. There's a 7, looks very good. That's what you want to see with a horse. Looks very good. Maybe a little bit, you know, not as we're released. I don't see the race simulator buttons. It is working locally, so Malcolm and I are looking at the configure file. So let's see what would prevent it from showing. So, okay, it's up, but not up. So just to tease you.
So my grandson Connor told me, "Hey, Papa, in this race coming up, don't do the handicapping thing." He's 9 years old. He said, "Just bet the gray horse." So I started looking, and I'm like, geez, there's like 4 gray horses in this race. So that's not going to help me.
There's the 3. The 3 making a nice impression. I like to look at the horses on the track because sometimes it's not that we always know what to look for, but you can tell a happy horse compared to a horse that looks either dead or just doesn't look good. There's the 4. Looks fine. No problem.
Yeah,
there's your favorite going to be on the lead.
The favorite. Yep.
Yeah.
So Connor wants me to play a qualifier and just play all gray horses. If there's no gray horses, play the lightest horse. So maybe one day I'll try that.
It's not a bad idea.
Hey, listen, Matt Miller has said on a podcast, and hopefully I'm quoting him correctly, but he says, you know, nobody questions you when you played hunch plays and qualified for the NHC, right? No, when you sign up that first day and check in, they don't ask you how you got there, right? So do you want to?
I don't think, you know, there's, you know, anywhere from 650 to 800 people in the NHC that qualify, but it's a year-long grind.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not easy. It is just not easy. You really appreciate getting there when you get there. And yeah, Chris is right. Like I did that last year. I think I played all the EquinEdge long shots, and I ended up making it. You look at this. Look what's going on here with the 4. Paco doing that with the 4. I wonder. I would love to talk to a trainer to find out why he's doing that. Like now he's letting the horse just look around, but he's turning the horse in circles. You see them doing that in the gate too when a horse won't go in the gate. But I'm just curious. I mean, I'm sure he's doing it for a reason. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, it must be some kind of reason that we're not aware of. But yeah. Yeah, and I can appreciate what a long grind it is. Last year, I was in jeopardy of not making the NHC. I wasn't qualified in January, and basically the Pegasus. I was in the Pegasus tournament and gave it a shot, but I'm like, okay, didn't make it. And I basically was saying, okay, I guess it's just not my year. I finished like second or third, like 3 times. Just missed 1 time by 20 cents. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe I'll just focus the next year. And then a friend of mine called me and he says, come on, there's a couple more weeks left. I'm like, all right. You know, I prefer to do the live money rather than the online all the time because, you know, so I'm like, I had a budget and I went through my budget. I'm like, he goes, don't worry about the budget. And I'm like, all right. And then I think February 9th, there was only 2 more weeks left, 3 more weeks left or what have you, maybe a month. And that was going to be the last one. And I qualified on February 9th. And I'm like, whoa. And there you see, I was relegated to the fact that I wasn't going to make the NHC in 2023. I qualified late and ended up winning $25K in the Silver Sunday, which I'm still baffled at.
Did you see that, by the way? Did you see what just happened right there? The 8, whoever the jockey is on the 8. No, that was Camacho. Who's the jockey on the 7?
What did he do?
Who's the jockey on the 7? You have that there?
The 7 horse is Rendon.
Okay, so Camacho goes by Rendon, says something to him. I think he said, I'm on a very fast horse who can't win. The favorite is the 4 who needs the lead. I'm going to help you out, brother. You go, and then I got you from behind. You go from behind. 7-2. 2-7. That's what I think.
So you mean the 4, the jockey on the 4?
No, the jockey on the 8 horse went to Camacho. The jockey on the 7. So Camacho went to Rendon and said something to him. I think he said, hey, brother, like, Wink, I'm very fast. I'm going to be pushing this 4 horse for you as far as I can. And then, hey, we got some, we're going to win this race with the 7 horse. That's, I hope it's the 2 because the 2 can close too. But I made sure I covered with an exacta box 2-7.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm on the 7, and that looks good because maybe Camacho and Rendon are best buds. And he says, I'll help you out here. I'm going to burn out the 4.
Yeah. It's like, wink, wink.
If you don't think that never doesn't happen, you're delusional because I've heard some stories. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It happens.
2 or 3 jockeys are pissed off at one jockey. And they're like, all right, this is the race. This is the race. We're going to squeeze him in because he's such an a-hole or whatever the deal is. So we had it with him and see how he likes to hurt us out, to hurt us. Hurt when not hurt, H-U-R-T. Some jockeys like to herd coming down the stretch. And there could be a scenario. I've heard a couple stories like that.
Well, last Saturday, Macanja, they did it to Macanja over at Belmont Park. Rosario went flying on Chad Brown's other horse that had no chance of winning and went and literally, I think they were 15 or 20 lengths in front at the 3/4 of the race. And of course, Chad Brown's other horse that needed a pace meltdown, and Macanja still got 3rd and still almost won the race. It was just
actually,
I hated
that. I was going to reach out to you that day. But I had a lot of family things going on, and I did play a nice win bet. And I was like, looked like Lone Speed, and I'm like, oh man, the horse ran really well.
Still Saratoga, they did that on purpose, David. You know that they did that on purpose. They sent that horse like a quarter horse after Macanja. Macanja was on the inside, and Johnny V just went. She can rate. I wish Johnny would have just said, let's go, but he's used to having the lead on her because she's so naturally fast. They literally set that up because the 9 horse had no chance of beating us without getting the pace up front. And and I don't know, I have mixed feelings about it. Some would say, get over it, Scotty, but I don't know. That's been going on forever. I get it. But still, it's frustrating to first of all, what about the owners of that horse that Rosario was on? Like, did they not care that their horse was being used as a rabbit?
Yeah, no, I hear you. Now, what's the game plan with that horse? Are you heading down to Monmouth or Saratoga?
Saratoga.
Madame Mischief, post position number 7.
Oh, you got tons of turf racing up there. Mile, 1 turn. Actually 2 turns. Get an inside post and you can on your gun.
Is it working?
Good luck, everybody.
Good luck, everybody. Come on, 8. We need this 8 to fly. Fly out of the gate. Come on, Sammy.
You're on the 7 also, Scotty? Or the 2?
I've got an exacta box 2-7. I'm rooting for the 2 to win. But and 4's, come on, 4's a little antsy out of the gate. We need the 8 to fly to the lead. Fly.
Right. So I'm on the 7 in the contest, and I bet the 2 at 4-1 now, which I think is value in real money. So
and Lara.
Come on, 8. Go. Come on, Sammy.
Smooth enough. Factor Bella is prominent coming out of the chute. High Stick not far off as well. Madame Mischief, purple jacket, right outside of that pair. High Stick taking control of things. Factor Bella in the second spot now clearly. Madame Mischief alongside. Talmo down at the rail 4th. Then War Woman, Postino's Prophecy, Sensitivity second to last. Gurley the Butcher.
It looks like we are
early paces at the back as they hit the clubhouse turn. The 9-5 post time favorite. High Stick is paving the way here by about a length. Factor Bella running in the second.
That was wrong. He said 9-5 post-time favorite. The 7's the favorite.
Lost a little ground on that first card, but in a good spot nonetheless as they start to pick up.
Oh, we are up. Okay, race simulator's up.
Oh, great.
By Factor Bella. and Madame Mischief. Those three right across the track with 5 furlongs to travel, a space of 2.5 to Talmo, watching the top 3 in front of her, another 2 to Sensitivity. War Woman has lost a couple spots. She's retreating to midfield. Postino's Prophecy joins her, and Gurley the Butcher.
2's getting the pace, even though it's not unusually fast. It's contested. The 2 is making a move. The 2's going to win the race, Scotty.
Easy, Madame
Oh,
Mischief,
man.
3 wide
That
right
would be,
there. Moving up
be huge
nicely,
for
Madame
me.
Mischief.
Or 7-2. The 2's got a ton of horse.
Factor Bella between them all in. Sensitivity getting a
7
good
to
trip,
2.
is peeling outside in with a shot. Going to be 4 wide coming off the turn. The others have got to get going as
Come
they
on,
come down the
Sensitivity.
lane. High Stick
Let's go.
and Madame Mischief side by
High
side.
Stick's holding on pretty well.
7 per second. Come on,
The
7
2's gonna win.
Sensitivity.
Come on,
the
7 step per
outside
second.
with a move to the
Get
lead.
up.
High Stick repelling Madame Mischief in second, but Sensitivity got the trip. Sensitivity, Samwell Marin with 2 wins today. It's the gray. Sensitivity.
Well, there's the gray.
High Stick second.
The
Madame
gray horse.
Third.
But
Postino's Prophecy
basically, now I got 7 to 2. So that would have been my second pick in the contest. But when you see odds disparity like that, where I thought basically those 2 horses had pretty equal chances to win, maybe the 7 a little advantage. But yeah, so that's what happens. Sometimes that horse to me was a value for a win bet. My apologies that you didn't get the exact, and my condolences. That would have been my play too, but I didn't play the exacta there.
That stunk. Yeah, that stunk. All right, they're on the track over at Gulfstream Park. And,
right.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The question is with High Stick. I'm going to say, let's see. So that's the 8th race that the horse hasn't breaking its maiden. She's a 5-year-old mare. And I'm going to say it's probably going to go another 5, 6, 7 races before, if it does break its maiden. Got probably a lower class, 40,000 claimer maybe.
Yeah.
All right, race simulator's up. All right.
So that's huge for me that the 2 horse won. And the horse ended up getting off at 7 to 2. Unfortunately, the 7 didn't get second for me because I didn't play it to win because I didn't want to lower the odds of the horse. So I did that before, and I lost qualifying for the NHC by 40 cents.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't usually bet the horses I use in the tournament to win. But okay, here's race number 7. I guess the race simulator is up. Man, that was not easy, but we got it up.
Got it done. Congrats, man.
Yeah, thank you so much, David. You know, technically, like some of this stuff that we're doing is just so incredible. Like it's amazing, right? The team is just super good.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Since I jumped on board, I'm just got so many professional handicappers who really know their stuff. And it's a great team you got here, Scotty.
Oh, amazing!
I'm glad to be on board.
Thank you. Well, we're lucky to have you on board.
All right, thank you for giving me the opportunity, my friend.
Oh no, you're such a gem and a pleasure, and everybody loves you, and of course, why not? And
but maybe you can tell my wife that.
Yeah, she loved you. I saw the way your wife and your daughter look at you. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
That's when they were highly intoxicated. So just discount.
Wait, that is true. They were.
Yes, that was at the Eclipse Awards, right?
Yeah, at the Eclipse Awards. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They were like, Dad, can we? Well, I gave him the go ahead. Dad, I know it's a stuffed shirt crowd. Can we have a couple of cocktails? And I'm like, yeah. I mean, to me, I'm here to have fun. It's a stuffed shirt crowd. But you guys can have fun. I'm not going to get up there and get imbibed. I've got to do a speech. I was, get a little nervous getting up there, but, maybe one drink to calm my nerves. But yeah. So we enjoyed it.
Crazy how you and I met was I presented to you.
Yes. We met first backstage. You introduced yourself, and I'm like, I heard the name before. I know you're a contest player, and I knew you had some kind of software app going on. And, it was great. I couldn't ask for a better dude to introduce me. That's for sure. We had such a good time that night too. And just so if you want to win the NHC, the feeling you have at the NHC is just indescribable, whatever. And it's just, I can't even begin to express how great it is. It's a life-changing score. And then to get to the Eclipse Award, I mean, it's like going to my wife and daughter thought it was like going to the Academy Awards.
Yeah.
Just the whole flavor and, you know, mingling with people. My daughter, and especially, is very social. She met some new friends, and it's just such a great thing to be in. And, you know, I'm posing for pictures with Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli. I have a great pic here of Angel Cordero. I'm in the middle of Angel and Jose Gomez, who that year won the Eclipse Award for Best Apprentice Jockey. And I actually
remember that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was actually giving Jose advice, believe it or not. I said, the key to being successful is no matter how hard you're working, you're not working hard enough. You have to go the extra mile. I said, I saw the talent you have, and you have to keep it good. And Angel will tell you. And I'm giving him advice. I think that was after my speech, so I had a second cocktail, so I was getting a little. And he's like, thank you so much. And
I took a picture with him over there. He was such a nice young man, and this is a compliment. But I swear, did he not look 15 years old?
Yeah, he looks so young. And I felt like a fatherly advice, or actually grandfather giving him advice. And he's such a, he's such a good guy, and he's just so humble and wanting to learn. And he's got the best teacher there, an Angel. But yeah, so I'm just saying, you're mingling with those people. It's just like it was fantastic. So try to win so you can go to the Eclipse Awards. But
yeah, exactly. Let me set this up for you here. In this race here, the 3 is the 1 to 9 favorite, or 1 to 5, and we're trying to beat this horse. Now the horse does not look relaxed to me so far, which is good. And the other 2 contenders, the main contenders, are the 4 and the 7. The 7 is the Scotty Longshot. The 4 is the second pick, who's going to probably be on the lead. So hopefully, I don't like to root badly for a horse, but when you're betting on him, hopefully the 3 maybe doesn't break so good, and the 4 or the 7 can win this race. But here we go. Here's race number 7.
You're entitled to root against a horse. That's for chaos. As long as everybody stays upright and everybody gets out safe.
Yep, no, that's true. The 4 broke outward, didn't break very good. That's that was disappointing. There goes the lead. The 3 sitting good. There goes the 1. So let's see what happens here. I don't know why the volume's so low. I don't get it. I've got it all the way up. 1 horse. We had talked about this 1 horse being a very interesting horse. It's 50 to 1. The jockey on the 3 is looking around. The horse ended up Proverb getting off at 1 to 5. I didn't really like the break of the 4, and the 7 horse is moving kind of nicely. The EquinEdge Longshot. It does seem to have some horse. I'm not hating on the 7 right now. 4's toast. 1's toast. This is going to come down to the 7 and the 3.
7. Come on with the 7.
Come on with this 7 one time.
We don't want 1 to 5.
At the rail, here's Rare Jewel, Major King. He's ridden between horses while racing about 5 lengths off.
And the 6 has some horse too.
The 6 does have some horse.
I made a saver win bet on a 6 just in case.
6 is 11 to 1, and it could pass the 7 very easily. 7 struggling.
3/4, 111 and 1. Now there's an 1/8 of a mile to go.
Yeah. So the 3 horse is going to win over the 6 horse.
Yeah, the 6 got to beat him. Go, go, go.
16th pole, but he's not gaining quickly enough. As Proverb is a winner. All aboard Proverb. He's 1 to 5 and in front.
All right, 3, 6, 7, 4 is your order of finish. So the big favorite wins.
I was on the long shot in the qualifier, but the thing that got me, 3 for 27 lifetime with 11 seconds, and there you go, you got a second. I'd be curious to see what the price is, as the win place price on the 6 is compared to the place price on the 6 compared to the win place on the 3.
Yeah.
So that's what happens. So if you're playing these qualifiers, you could see, I just, hopefully some helpful advice. When you see a horse that you think is an overlay price, and I did it the race before, which worked out okay, but in this race, I thought the 6 at that price compared, I'm like, I got to throw a small bob on it. And probably should have played the exacta because that was the value.
It was. Belmont race number 7 is coming up in just a couple of minutes. We got time for one more race?
Yeah, let's do one more, and then I'll. Yep, that's good. This is. Oh, yeah, sure. This is the race that Clement is going to break the ice. So this is a good race. So we're going to be witness to myself breaking the Clement drink, and we're going to have a very successful marriage going forward, and we're going to.
A healthy relationship.
I will tell you, I key on certain trainers for Saratoga meet, and I will be keying on Clement.
Yeah,
I will. We've got to break the negative situation with their stable right now, so I can get a good start for Saratoga.
So I'm running the race simulator here, as you can see, and the 3's running pretty good. The GSR goes up. I'll look closer at the 3 horse again, but the 4 horse Miss Lau, I really like this 4 horse going up going down in SOR, so facing easier. Win percentage goes up to 33% from 16, and the GSR goes up. Those are all the things you're looking for, and it's also second time going 2 turns on turf. I like that angle as well. That's an angle that I use all the time, and it's facing this 3 horse here, who's the second choice, who does go up big time in win percentage. And I think this horse is a major contender. It's what was the changes in this horse? There were some changes here. No changes on this horse. Blinkers were added to the 8 horse for Christophe Clement, who also has the 6 horse. So Franco's on the 6 horse, and Dylan Davis is on the 8 horse for Christophe Clement. So I'm still a big believer in the 4 horse is going to be the horse to beat in this race.
6-5, and just for disclosure purposes, here we go. So what I just did, we're breaking the Clement thing here. I put win bets on both the 6 and the 8, and I used a pick 3, 6-8 with the 5 singled in the next race, and then the 2 long shots of 6 and the 8 in the last race. And I may have to depart. Let me grab my charger, see if I can maintain this charge. I'll be back in a second, hopefully.
All right. So, all right. So there's 3 minutes before this Belmont. This will be the last thing we're going to cover. Appreciate the support, everybody. So happy you guys are we get to share the race simulator. I want to give a big shout out while I can to my team, Ryan, Brad, Riley, Amy, Anna, Malcolm. It's just an incredible team. Brad is just crushing it. Who else am I missing? I feel like I'm missing one other person, but it's just an amazing team that's bringing this. We have a new machine learning specialist that's starting Monday. So we're all super excited about that. So now we're going to continue to be able to build all the new products and tools and stuff that you're accustomed to, and even a faster and better rate. Don't forget the stretch run show tomorrow is at 2 p.m. Eastern time. I'm gonna be on with Chris. I think Chris, what time am I coming on? I'll be on for a short time as well. David Harrison David, you're going to be on the stretch run tomorrow as well too, right?
Yeah, I'll be on from 2 to 4:30 tomorrow, and I do really like a horse in the Stephen Foster, but I'll wait till tomorrow to talk about that. I'll do a little more handicapping tonight.
Okay, awesome.
And then you'll be on afterwards.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate
Thanks,
that.
Guys.
We're building such a great community, right? It's just insane. It's really neat to be a part of this. Honestly, I'm on at 4:30, so I'm gonna give you relief tomorrow. All right, so we got Belmont race number 7, and they're going. We can't show you the race, but we can turn it up as they're just around the corner. 4 horses, 7-5. David, any last and thoughts in this particular race? I know you're on the 6 horse over the 8, correct?
Right. I'm on the 8 in the qualifier. The 6 is my backup. I have win bets for real on both the 6 and the 8, and use the 6 and the 8 in the top end of a pick 3. I'm liking the prices at 6-1 and 7-1 on any Clement horse. So I just think the 4 is over bet in this race.
3-2.
And I don't like the 3 at all at 2-1. The 4 is a much more likely winner than the 3, in my opinion.
Thank you very much.
Dan. Appreciate it.
They're going into the gate here right now. There they go. There's the 5, 34-1.
Yeah, I'm way behind. They're still not even loading the gate here.
They're at the gate. Look, it's based on the wagering on the tote, you've got 5-2 on the 3, 3-2 on the 4. The 6, 7, and 8 are 5-1 and 6-1. So, I mean, looks like 5 horses. That's really all it looks like it can be. But I think it's just it's wide open. Who's going to get the best trip?
Right. And we talked about that. A lot of these turf races, it becomes who gets the best trip. It's sometimes more important. Not to me, quite often, it's more important trips on turf than dirt, because you just seem to get a jam up on turf, larger fields.
Here we go. I don't think the 4 is going to go to the lead. I think the 4 will be sitting in 2nd or 3rd, and wins this race. That's what I think. I mean, I don't like 7-5. It got bet down again, but I do think it's the best horse in the race. Let's see what happens here.
Okay, good luck, everybody.
So 5, 37-1 kind of drifted out a little bit. 4 didn't have the best start around the turn there, but has plenty of horse. The 3's on the inside of the 5 right now. Not really a great place to be.
I like the position of the 6.
I don't like the positioning of the 6 at all, because it's in between horses.
At the rail, ground saving journey in 3rd as the leader is out in the center of the course. Still drifting out here as they work to the backstretch. Pairing out there, and that's going to open up the inside pass. Now it's 3 across the course. Back to the 4th position. That's Rose Summer. In 5th is Miss Lau. They start to skip away.
Here comes your 4.
2.5 lengths clear.
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Come on, 4. Come on, 4. Get up over this 3. Nope. 3's going to win this race. 4's not even going to get 2nd. Wow. 3, 7, 4. And you know what? I hated that 3 horse. I genuinely did not like that 3. If you look at this on paper, 3 second place finishes and 9 tries. I can't make sense of it. It does. 2nd off the layoff, it does go up 10 points in GSR. Win percentage goes up, and the numbers just know better, don't they? It came in 3-7. That's the EquinEdge second pick over the EquinEdge long shot over the EquinEdge top pick. I couldn't do it. But all right, you guys, David, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
The hex continues.
The hex continues. You know what? I just let it continue. It's just unbelievable. But I didn't like this 3. It had a lot of chances to break its maiden. So I'm assuming this wasn't this was not a strong field whatsoever. So I'll keep that in mind going forward. But thanks again for everybody joining in. I really appreciate all the kind words, and enjoy the weekend, and join in tomorrow, 2 to 4:30 for me, and then Scotty right after that. Got a couple of good ideas tomorrow. I'm going to do some handicapping this evening. So, all right. Thanks again, everybody. Have a great weekend. Appreciate it.
All right, everybody. Thank you.
Bye now.